Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 1st of November 2025, and we're going to be doing some analysis today at Flemington. Today, this track has some of the most valued races here. We have raced here quite a few times. Flemington is hands down one of the best tracks under the sun. This is probably the fourth or the third best track, if that's more or less where it stands. And today we have some very prestigious races here. The Derby is here, the Coolmore is here. So we'll see what we are able to do here. Now, about this track, the shape of the track is like that, but the difficult part of this track is the straight. The 1200 meters, the 1000 meters, the 1100 meters, these are the races which plays very differently than any other track because it is a straight run. So that's the difficult part of this track. Rest, everything is here, which is pretty much okay. But this section is a little volatile. Now, talking about the races today, there are 9 races here. All of them are under Whirlpool, which essentially means that, best of the best syndicates, analysts, and, everybody who's a who's who is on this track today. They are doing exactly the same thing that we do. We'll see how accurate are we and how close are we or how wrong are we in making our judgments. So that's what we have. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we like are good to go, we stay with it and we wait for the results and to validate that. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, we often make changes with our, we give it a shout out and make sure that you're aware of what's going on. So that's what we do. We'll get to the first one today, which is here at Flemington, and we'll see the odds. By the way, we will also do the 8th race, which is the Golden Eagle at Randwick today. We will also do that, but that's the only race that we will do for Randwick today. So number 1 has been scratched, which was Winrock. Winrock has been scratched from race number 1 here at Flemington, and the odds are 5, 9, 2, and 4. So the first one, the 5 is the favorite, which is the first one from the rails. It's got both sides. Now about 4 is the linear. Okay. 4 is the linear, but this jock has never raced here at Flemington. This is a 1600 meter. Does it have a chance? Of course it does, but this jock has never raced here. That's the thing. Now, that's the highest pressure line. Obviously, 9 is supposed to be the second one, but we have the 6, which is also here, which has got a management issue that we can see. But that's the second linear. This is the first, this is the second. And the 2 is the one where the drop is. The 7 is the EW, but they are very bad. And I don't know what they kind of are capable of doing. The arrangement is good. This jockey is supposed to be with 7, but they kind of are like that. So is 8. So the first one, I'm not going to contradict anything, but the 5 is the favorite. 5 is the highest rated. Even if we take out the difficulty, that's what it looks like. So that'll probably not be an issue. 4 is the linear. All right. 4 is the linear. But the point is this, that this jock has never raced here. So that's the drawback here on this horse. The second thing is the pressure has to drop somewhere. Okay. The pressure has to drop somewhere. Now, that's where the pressure is dropping, and this is where the pressure is dropping. But this one is in a very bad state. This is, if I have to put them, I have to put them in red. So that's where these things come in. They're kind of in a very bad state. So the 6 is in between, which is there, but that's also a bad management. Got the physics. So all of them has physics, and so the 5 is the favorite. It is like that, but that's not the highest pressure. The pressure point is here, which is 4, but it doesn't have the jock. That's why, as in the jock cannot be calibrated. So that is why this thing is not the favorite. But with that resume, dropping here, the 6 is good. Okay. Then it increases. So if the 5 wins, even after the difficulty, we take this thing out, this one is something that we'll have to take with a pinch of salt. Then 2 is the next. If it actually has to work, then that's a 138, 137, 52, 54. This is a little difficult here. If we take it out, this is not. So 5, 2. 5, 2 probably. And then it could be anything. And the other thing is this, that generally, we are not talking about that 3, because that is like that. Nobody is talking about it. So we'll let that go. 6 is in a bad state. So yeah, the 2 is probably in between. If the 5 wins, 5 should win. 2 is the next one. 5, 2. Then either it will go to 4 because of the pressure. It's a 1600 meter. It'll build up. So either it will go to this one or this one. But 2 probably is the second one. And if the 2 wins, that will not be a surprise. And why that might happen? Well, the possibilities are like this. So if we consider this to be a very high rated horse, that is fabulous. But this is on pressure. And that jock with that pressure will is a question mark. If that jock fails to deliver that pressure, because generally these guys, the green guys, are made for the green ones, all right, the low pressure. If this jock was on 2, that would have been a lot better. But 2 has a better jock, better calibration on this, and this jock is on 5, which is on pressure line. Through the rating, 1600 meter 5 should win. The only thing that might go wrong is the placing of this jock. The only thing that might go wrong is the placing of this jock. But I'm sure they are also doing the same arithmetic, and the 5 is the favorite. 5 looks a clear. We can see the difference on 5. These are 56, 52, 52, 54. Then it drops further. This is at 67. There is no reason for 5 to lose. That's one side of the story. The other side of the story is the handicapping of the jock on this horse. So if that does not collide and this jock is capable of, if he actually delivers this, then 5 is unstoppable. 2 is next. And then it could be anything. Then it could be 4 because of the pressure line. But if that jock gets overwhelmed with the crowd at Flemington today, then 4 is upside down. Then 9 will come in. Or something very weird will happen. But 5 is good. The only problem is the jock. 2 is the second one where the pressure is dropping. This is also very high. We have a very high thing here, which essentially is very good for the advantages, but they are like that. I don't know if that will work. I don't think it'll work because it is not in a great state to work with all that. So we will not talk these 3 horses. We are, this is, the management is good, but the horse is absolutely in a devastating situation. These 2 had a little bit of chance, especially the 7, but the management is bad. About 9 and 4 definitely has better advantage. This is a filly, all right? This is a filly. Now, what happens with fillies when there are too many colts in a race is it'll get shy. So we see how it works, but 2 is in between. If the 5 wins, if the 5 loses because of this jock, then we know why it happened. But out here, it should not be a problem. We'll see how it works. But 5-2 I like. Kevin Lee Flemington, bro, Flemington.
This time out was pretty poor, to be honest, in the Caulfield Guinea, so he needs to turn it around, and quickly. He is a winner at Flemington. Jamie Mott back on board. He was aboard in the start. 4 is called Da Vinci.
What an opportunity for young Jaden Lloyd, who was in the saddle for the placing first up behind the cash on Caulfield Cup Zone.
Yeah, it certainly is a great occasion for him to be riding this young horse here. He looks good again. I thought he looked well at Caulfield recently. It's only a neat type of horse. It's not overly big, but geez, he's fitting well.
Also, the last preparation placed under JJ Atkins, so we'll strip a bit fitter second up. Did win second up last time in. Nice individual going forward. Yes, it's a harder race, but a very interesting runner, particularly if the market support comes.
5, Regal Award, was an emergency for the Caulfield Guineas, made up for it when punishing a field midweek during the Caulfield Carnival.
Well, he's a real high-energy horse, this. His attitude on race day is very important because he can do a lot wrong in his races. This is about as relaxed as you'd see him. And being a high-energy horse, he works himself hard at home. There's no excess condition. It's a good parade.
A sweet win last start for Regal Award, but still an emphatic performance. And if he turns up in that form, he should be winning.
Caulfield race was won by Treasure the Moment last year before she won at Wakeful and an Oaks. 6 is Single Choice, who Matt Kumani brings back from a trip to Sydney.
A little bit up and about when he first came into the yard, this horse with the blinkers going on for the first time, but he's actually relaxed really quite nicely the longer that he's been in the yard. He's moving beautiful and free here.
Tricky draw for him today where they decide to end up with him. He usually parks in just behind, but he's a horse that, look, the Tap Craig run was decent. He won nicely at Bendigo prior to that. He'll need to bring his absolute best, but at least he is arriving in decent form. And with the right run of the race, he might be able to figure it out.
First of the Waller runners as he seeks the 5th victory in the race. He is the 7 in Kilman. These colours were successful with Kermadec over a decade ago.
I know my OCD wants to straighten his saddle blanket up a little bit, this horse. His coat is unbelievable. He's here in absolute prime condition. I don't know how to line his form up, Patchy. You're probably a better man to talk about than that, but he's a good-looking individual.
He's coming out of benchmark races, but he hasn't had a great deal of luck. He had none at Rosehill. They went to Warwick Farm, and he basically got strung up in traffic. Don't think he wins on that occasion, but he goes close. But the issue is this is obviously a much stronger race.
Also is Triple Malt, the second of the lambing runners. He dropped back in trip to place at Bendigo over 1,300 a fortnight ago.
Yeah, he looks well, this horse. I think that he's feeling the occasion probably just a little bit more than some of his other rivals, but he hasn't had the experience as some of them either. In regards to his type, he's quite a spunky type of horse, quite light on his feet. I would just like to see him relax as he goes to the start.
Could be a potential pace influence in the race. He's one that likes to roll forward. This is a big step up for Triple Malt. There's no question about that. He'll need to lift up what we've seen thus far, but he is an improving type all the same.
And 9 Nova for Chris Waller is on the Fangirl and Aliana path here to the Carbine Club off winning the Reginald Allen.
Another one, I haven't seen this girl before, being a Sydney horse mainly, but she comes down here in lovely condition, seems to be quite a mature-minded filly too. She's handling herself particularly well, and there is a real buzz around this mounting yard, just having a tiny sweat on her girth, but that's nothing to be concerned about. It won't affect her performance.
She looks the obvious threat, of course, to the favourite Regal Award on the back of that Randwick win. And apart from that, of course, Chris Waller, he has owned this race in recent years, and he's unleashed some very talented Group 1 fillies in the process. I wonder if Panova will be another one of those.
A field of 8 to contest the Channel 9 Carbine Club Stakes to begin the 2025 Melbourne Cup Carnival. And Hutch, your best bet of Derby Day comes up in our opener.
Yeah, my best bet of the day here with Regal Award. I'm hoping they can adopt a similar tactics to what they did last start at Caulfield and take a bit of catching up on speed. And Panova, that's the one I'm terrified of. I think her effort last start was very encouraging. And as I said, Chris Waller's record of this race speaks for itself. Western Swindon had an excuse. Might have been a tough race. It called a bit on the others, but I really think it's between the 5 and the 9.
Well, I'm with Western Swindon on top here. It's the best I've seen this horse look. His coat is unbelievable. I think it's a really good, solid parade from him. He looks outstanding here today. The other horse that I thought looked great was Regal Award. He's a very high-energy horse, like I touched on. He needs to relax and do everything right, and he's definitely parading as good as I've seen him today. So I see it as a race in 2 and small field to start the day.
6 minutes out here from the first horses just going out onto the track. And as Amy touched on, he is a high-energy horse, Regal Award. He does wear the earmuffs on. They went on for the first time last start. And when he's at a senior rider, he's won 2 of his past 3 starts. When he was beat at Sandown, he went back in what was a slowly run race. So I'd be happy to excuse that. Is the pace here obvious in that it's sort of Regal Award and Western Swindon? Are they the two that take it?
I think so. Look, he's been a bit erratic. I remember there was a lot of money around for the Valley early on, and he jumped, he over-raced, he wasn't doing things right. He didn't have the ring craft that was required. So he's been a little bit of a work in progress, I should say, from his trainer, Philip Stokes, is about to have a chat with him.
Thanks for your time, Phil. Well, I thought
John, EW7.
today he was a horse that can be a little bit high energy, but he was on his best behaviour.
He thinks better than he was at Caulfield.
Welcome back, John.
Racing this boy. So that's positive. All we need to see now is to break clean from the barriers.
In an ideal situation, would you like a little bit of tempo on to allow him to settle at his best?
No, we want to go to the front. That's his best attribute. We dashed him out of the gates here on Thursday at Pakenham, and he jumped well, so we'll have a man on his head and tail. That's where the race is going to be won.
He looks to be a pretty high energy horse. Is he like that to train in regards with track work as well?
No, when he's by himself, he's very, very calm and collected, but when he's got a horse to follow...
Yeah, the 5 is good, Lee, but
You've got
like I mentioned, that jock is handicapped in a way which is questionable. That's the only drawback.
Okay, there's only 2 horses that have won at the trip over the mile, and one of them is your heavily backed favourite. He'll be your market mover. And
Good morning.
TC sectional times are very good.
John.
Start, and punters are thinking he can emulate that at $1.85. Panova stepping up from the 14. Last start winning at Group 3 level. Rock solid at 440, trimming up a point. West of Swindon, the only other runner in the race to win over the mile. He's 480, dropping back out now soft to $6. And the blowout kill.
Frankie, welcome back, Frankie.
The best bags. Get your bets on race 1. What are you really gambling? Very confidential sport.
Flemington will brandishing a quarter of this year's Carbine Club field with Triple Mile, and also Call Da Vinci. Richie Laming joins us pre-race. So with Triple Mile, Rich, dropped back your trip to go to Bendigo a fortnight ago. Talk us through that as a stepping stone to this race.
Yeah, look, it was a bit stiff that day. I think if Brad had his time again, he probably would have stayed inside and he wins. He's a progressive colt. Got a lot of time for him. Maybe this race has come up a bit quick, but whatever he does to do today, he'll improve on.
Would Brad ideally have him positioned?
Look, he should get the run of the race. He's real nice and low. We ride him behind the speed, and hopefully he can get the gap when he needs it.
Great opportunity for Jaden Lloyd, who continues his association with Call Da Vinci. You would have came away from Caulfield very happy with how that's topped him off for this assignment.
Yeah, it's a very good run. Got back and made ground late. Perfect stepping stone for this race here today. And obviously the favourite's going to be hard to beat, but this horse has done nothing wrong and will have put himself off.
Do you see it as a similar setup that he'll have something to trace?
Yeah, look, I'm a bit worried if he gets left alone in front and to sit and sprint, it's not going to suit us. So I'd like to see good speed in the race, which would suit us for hitting the line strong late.
Good luck with your bet.
Thank you.
Magnificent pictures coming through from the chopper of Flemington. Doesn't look absolutely outstanding. And this is what it should be like for Derby Day. It is a remarkable racing carnival, and the weather's playing very much ball at this stage.
Yeah, apart from the blue skies, as I said, what is a big factor out there more often than not, Simo, is the wind, and you can see the trees in the background. Beautiful still spring day. This is what we want. It's just ideal. And the rail in the true too. It's all about jockeys aiming up early doors, getting their positions, controlling mid-race tempo, and asking their horses to run their fastest last 600. They've all got a profile. They all can run a certain time, and it's up to the little gladiators now to get it right under the spotlight. What is it? 4 fabulous days. It doesn't get any better when the sun's like that and no breeze. When you're
5-2 should happen, Frankie. 5-2 should happen, but it's the first one. We'll see how that works. 5-2 should happen.
But the filly coming down from Sydney, she too has got her admirers from a betting perspective. She's sort of very firm at that 40 mark. They're the two that
5-2 should happen. Unless the jock on the 5 puts it upside down.
It's quite a strong tempo that she was involved in. So it would not surprise me if they're probably just parked in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, something like that, with a little bit of luck in running.
Everything is under Whirlpool today, so there's hardly any scope of getting value, because the best of the best companies that are doing racing analytics are on this, and the result is what we are getting in the odds.
You want to be as close as you can to Regal Award and then get on his girth at the top of the straight to make sure it's a ding-dong battle, and he doesn't get away from him, the favourite.
It's a big moment for Lockie Neindorf. He made the move across from South Australia to Victoria. He's
Got a great association with the Philip Stokes team. Getting good chance.
We'll see how accurate can we be.
To call the action, race number 1.
Jockey Lucky Nine North. As Regal Award goes in, Panova is forwards with also Prestige Ole. As they move up swiftly. Phil Da Vinci goes in with also Triple. West of Swindon goes in, so single choice will be the final one. Single choice going in. The field has said the carnival about to get underway for 2025. The Carbine Club set now. They're racing, and Prestige Ole missed the kick by a couple of lengths, and Panova's going back with it. Regal Award jumped well with West of Swindon. Kilman's about a length off those out deeper on the course and sticking back. Further back is Triple Malt between horses. Prestige Ole is picking up ground the inside. They're not going that hard, and they're 2.5 called Da Vinci, Panova, and single choices last. So it's the first favourite of the carnival. Regal Award, the leader, 1,200 metres out by a length and a quarter west of Swindon. 2.5 to Kilman, third, and they were followed by Prestige Ole, and they've got right away here. They've put the foot down mid-race. They're about 5 or 6 lengths in front. Call Da Vinci is next on the inside of Panova. Single choices at the tail of the field. So the leader is Regal Award, coming past the 800 metres from west of Swindon. Then came Kilman, a length and a half away, 3 wide. Triple Malt the centre, Prestige Ole the inside. They're 2.5 Call Da Vinci, Panova, and last single choice as they run the corner. 600 metres to go. Regal Award snack away. 2 lengths west of Swindon, Prestige Ole. Kilman under pressure, ridden along from Triple Malt. Then Call Da Vinci, Panova to the outside. And at the tail of the field, a single choice. So the leader is the favourite, Regal Award. 350 metres to go. Shook up, shown the persuader. 3/4 of a length in front of west of Swindon, chasing, but it's wayward. 2 further back, Panova running on. Regal Award has to dig in here. 150 metres to go. A length in front. Panova's a real threat. Regal Award gobbled up by Panova. Panova over the top.
9-5.
Panova first, Regal Award second. Third single choice, followed then by west of Swindon. A gap Triple Malt, Da Vinci, a long gap Kilman, and last Prestige Ole.
9-5-6.
Carnival, the winner. He's got a terrific book this afternoon, as we heard earlier on. And
9-5-6-2.
His third victory in this race in the past 5 editions, all with fillies, all via the Reginald Allen. 9-5-6-2 in the Carbine.
Big performance from Panova, continues the recent record of Chris Waller in this race, coming from a long way off them and beats the favourite in Regal Award.
Yeah,
So what happened is nine, then 5, six, and 2. The 4 did not get there because of the jock, but 9 went through. So that is the problem. That was the problem. Anyway, we'll go to the next. That was the first one. Three has been scratched from number 2. We'll see the odds. 4, 9, 5, and 2. See, again, it is the same thing, right? This is 61. So we had a clear stuff on this, but the jockey was like that, okay? And 9 went through. It was 29, 34, 29. I was not expecting that, but that also got through, and the 2 got raved for some reason. Anyway, so bottom line, the 4 is favorite again because of VFR, right? It is the highest rated. That's all that it is. We also get that. But the problem is this, that as a linear, it doesn't have a pressure. It doesn't have a pressure. The pressure drops. It's at 98, mirroring a 161 at the last bend, okay? Wherein, if we look at the pressure, that pressure goes like that. So that is in a bad state. 12 is got the physics, which is there. 5 is the second one, which is here, the 5. So what happens when, what we just saw here is the deficiency. The deficiency is this, if we consider this to be a pressure, which was not exactly, the pressure was here, and all that. So if we consider that as a pressure, then that jock is a misfit for this, and he messed it up. He had the right horse. He raved it unnecessarily because it did not have the pressure. Without pressure, if you rave it, then it's over. So the 4 here is the linear, okay? The 4, I don't know, honestly, talking about it. So if we look at the pressure line, so these 2 are not in a state. That is, it doesn't have the physics. It's a 1400 meter. The physics will matter. It doesn't have that. Like here, the 9 did have the physics, so it went through. The 5 got messed up. So the 12 has the physics. But the pressure is, on the front, pressure is less from that gate, though it is showing here 215 at the last. So maybe a place or something, but winning is not possible. Then it is this one. So this one is a linear. The linear has lower pressure than the second linear, which is a contradiction. That should not happen. Plus, the jock is an issue. So, though it is very high rated, we just faced that, okay? We just faced the same scene here. This is a good jock. If we do this from the best, it is the fourth. But the best jock is on 5. I mean, the best calibrated jock is on 5. The 2 doesn't have the rails to win. The 9 doesn't have the rails to win. It's from gate number 13. So either it is linear because of that and it'll win, but it doesn't have the pressure for a 1400 meter to end. And the jock is not the best calibrated on this. The jock is not the best calibration on. The best calibrated jockey is on 5, and it's a 1400 meter. The pressure is also on 5. So I think 5 is better for my, I mean, that's what I think. 5 is better. And then it'll drop. Now it'll drop where? If we look at this one, that's 16 from gate number 12. If that works, that works. 8. That's okay. That is okay for a jock. If that is, but that's very wide. Okay, that is very wide. So where it'll go, that God knows. You know, I also like the 7, but the 7 is like this. They kind of, but today is a different day because they kind of got in. So these guys, they got in. So the 7 is like that. Okay, they are both at the same situation. This one and this one. The difference is the 11, which is here. Both of them are under the same advantage. The difference is this is a drop-in class. So I like this one more. I like this one more. Okay. It is not a deep drop, but it is a drop. 13 has the highest leverage, which looks very intimidating. There's a huge pressure on this, but at the same time, the horse is also not in a great shape. So we will not talk about that for now. And here, I think it is 5. 4 is difficult. If it plays pressure, then it doesn't have that. And it will play pressure. It is all 3-year-old fillies. It'll be either pressure line, or if it goes on to age, then something weird will happen. But that's more or less what I think. The 5. 56, 61, 6, 6. The 5 probably. We'll see how it works. So this is also a very good hand. Okay. This is also a very good hand. The 5 is a very good hand, and they're not bleeding. These guys are also very good from gate number 12. That's a drop. That's good. But the problem is, it is gate number 12. The 7 is a check. The 7 is a check. This looks difficult. It drops further, 44 from gate number 9. So 5 is gate number 4. This is gate number 5. And this one is gate number 3. So probably the game is here. The 4 looks great. The 4 looks great, and that is the reason it is the favorite, and that's exactly what happened here. It was 67. Even I thought it'll deliver, but at the same time, my apprehension was that this guy. Now, what happened in this race is, because he was raving, this guy started raving. He is not supposed to rave. He is not supposed to rave, and he is also not supposed to rave because there is no pressure. Here it will be a different story altogether, because this is all pressure lineup. So I kind of like the 5 more than the 4. And though 4 is looking great, but I think it is 5. We'll see how it works. Oh, 9. Dows, welcome back, Dows.
was able to take out the Group 1 Coolmore Stud Stakes with a horse. Osmosis.
Life is a race tip protest with a all moment on racing.com. And you won't miss.
It's 2 in race 8. They're still showing ads. I'll bring it back. The moment they have the paddock, I'll bring it back. $450. Oh, what a run on that horse. Noah. That was Ranwick. I've got the 8th one, the Golden Eagle. I've got that, but that's the only one that I have for Ranwick.
Do you get excited for a big day like Derby Day still?
Exactly, yeah. Derby Day is one of the best days on the whole racing calendar, and it looks like it's going to be an absolute cracker. So, yeah, we've got a few good chances, and I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, not bad.
That's fair to say. What about Observer coming in on the back up? God, he was strong last start.
Yeah, he was. He was very dominant. This has been his target. His skinnies run was great. Last start was even better, and he's had a smooth run into this.
Do you map that he could go forward? Obviously, it's not too.
Yeah, it's kind of soft 8 or soft 7, something. I checked last.
But last start, we had to sort of make a decision whether we rolled forward or not. But just draw him where he is. He can just roll out and be comfortable, get him in a nice rhythm, and get the first half right, and hopefully the second half looks after itself.
Well, speaking of rolling forward, Pride of Jenny and the Empire Rose, it is a wide open event, and she is so potent when she can control proceedings up in front, and it looks like she could get the chance to do that.
Yeah, it does look it maps pretty well for her, but there's a few old sparring partners there of Jenny's and a couple of new ones as well. So
bit of sparring you and Waller as well, you're with your champion mares too. You're not going to be too sad if you can. And Jenny's had the measure over Fangirl.
Yeah. Well, she just brings that pressure, and she's just so thrilling to watch. So it's just great to have her here on such a big day, and I think she's in pretty good order.
You also got Jimmy Ricard, looks a bit over the odds coming in for a Coolmore. Who's the best from the team for the day outside of an Observer?
Well, from a business point of view, hopefully you're right and Jimmy Ricard wins the Coolmore. I think Observer's got a super chance. I think Jimmy Ricard is over the odds. I think Icarian Dream with the blinkers on is not the worst. I think it's a very good each way.
You've been delivering well for the punters. Hopefully it continues. Good luck today, Kieran.
Thanks, mate. All the best.
I hear you, punters. Back Panova, eat Pavlova. Wow, what a win in the first. Fantastic. We get to the vanity now. I know Hutchins pretty good on it. And it's all about She's an Alibi. Our bet's been on top here today, and a lot of Australia is with us, I'll tell you that. Truckload into even money at one stage, back out to 220 now. It's one-way traffic, says the market. Now, I can tell you the 13, my Lady Rose, who won a maiden last start at Ballarat, $46 to $23, and Gisela, the rank outsider, number 10, 126 to 91 if there's an upset, but heavily backed here. And the best back on the sports bet books all day is She's an Alibi. What's gambling really costing you? For any confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
A good group of 3-year-old fillies here at 1,400 metres, and the main chance is coming from 1,200 metre race against the boys. But last week we saw a run at Moonee Valley where a lot of people spotted Tane Alele, who just didn't get the chance really hard to build through the line at Key State.
No, she didn't know it. She was a good thing, based, really honestly. But I liked your pronunciation.
Thank you.
Ole. Exactly right. I've got to roll with that one. Bit of passion. Look, she'll be back in the field. She'll be powering late. I think 1,400's a big plus for her as well. But the favourite will be very hard to beat. She's an Alibi, brings that breadth in form of the time. She's going, Tane Alele is going to give She's an Alibi a big start, but she has a big finish.
Okay, let's go out to Flemington and see how they look. The mounting yard is harnessed here for race number 2 in the Vanity Stakes.
This mounting yard is brought to you by World Tour. Available on this race.
Chat Vanity Group 3 for the fillies over 1,400 moved from Lightning Day to Derby Day last year. With horse one, Icarian Dream, who was behind Bakash and Call Da Vinci on Caulfield Cup Day.
I feel like she's been ticking along quite well, this filly, and she's hit her peak in regards to her fitness today. She's tightened up a little bit, has the blinkers going on, and they seem to be working nicely, that she's engaged without being too buzzy.
Ramar with regard to her chances and feeling that with the blinkers on she can improve. I think, yes, it's a stronger race, but I think the way she's performed generally this preparation, she has to be considered a chance to figure out the finish.
Porterhouse spot elect to back up the 2 Stardom after her wire-to-wire victory in last Saturday's Crockett.
She's another one that has most definitely hit her peak. She looked fantastic last week. The quick back up seems to have done her no harm. She seems bright enough without letting the occasion get to her.
Talented filly by Sea Stars. 1 3 of 6, and that Valley win. She was pretty tough, wasn't she, late on, as mentioned. So she will go forward. She'll be there for a long way and say, catch me if you can. And no doubt she has to be considered one of the main hopes on the back of that recent victory.
3 Miss Celine from the inside draw. A scratching 4 is She's an Alibi. What a debut it was for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman in the Gothic.
Yeah, she was awesome that day, and gee, she's come on with that run too. She's got such a beautiful deep girth, and she's such an elegant, powerful, moving filly. She has got the blinkers going on for the first time. Hopefully she doesn't step away slow, which they sometimes can do. But gee, she looks well.
Yeah, last preparation, she did run second over the 1,400 metres behind Awesome Boy. Great run, fresh up in the Gothic. That looks the premium form. Can totally understand why she's come up the favourite. She's the horse they have to beat with that natural improvement, and she should get a beautiful run from the barrier.
At start 3, horse 5 Live is on the backup from a runner-up performance behind Napoleonic in last week's Red Anchor.
Yeah, she's another one that seems nice and enthusiastic. The quick backup seems to be doing her no harm, seems to have bounced through that run. She's not a filly that carries any excess condition, so she's well and truly at it there.
Another filly by the Sea Star. She ran really well last week, so provided she can take that run behind Napoleonic in her stride, then she is one to consider here. I think the step up and trip will also suit her, and once again, she should get a nice run from the barrel.
6 Chatterley, twice stakes place, but still a maiden. Tommy Berry and Chris Waller combining with the filly who was behind the Carbine Club winner last start.
As we saw in race 1, whenever Chris Waller brings these quality young fillies down from New South Wales, you have to respect them, and she's a lovely looking individual. She's quite a tall, elegant filly, just a little bit on her toes here, but what she's doing at the moment is within normal limits.
And there might be a few happy to play her on the back of the success of Canova at the opening race as well. So it's only a third run of the preparation. She's racing well. She didn't get the clearest run last time out, so there were excuses, and to make a case for her.
Feel like it wouldn't be Derby Day without Jay Sargent in the race book. He brings the 7 Lady Pankhurst down. She contested the Reginald Allen subsequent to a Newcastle maiden win.
Especially John Sargent bringing a filly down from New South Wales. He's such a wonderful trainer of females in particular. He's a good trainer, full stop. Nice filly. I think that she's handling the occasion quite well. She seems to have a really mature brain on her and not letting the occasion get to her. As you know, with Sarge's horses, she's well and truly fit enough.
The concern would be with that Reginald Allen form is that she went forward and was a little bit weak late. So she will need to be rated better. She did go a little hard on that occasion.
8 Ruska Romas, the latest of those on the backup from a tricky and wide effort in the Phillies Classic.
She has blinkers going on for the first time too, maybe just to sharpen her up a little bit. I feel like she's been racing quite well, looking good every start. There hasn't been any physical improvement, but she's looked the same all the way through.
$21 in the market, and basically if you're drawing the line through Salty Pearl with that form, I think that she's got a little bit to find. Notwithstanding, there were some excuses in the Classic last week.
9 Tane Olele was hard to miss in the Crockett. She draws wide again after being buried late.
Yeah, she presents very similar today too. If anything, she's probably tightened up a little bit and made that nice natural improvement, which is what you'd expect. She's got a sweet nature, this girl. She's really behaving herself quite well on a big day.
She will get back in the run and imagine from the barrier, but she's got a fantastic turn of foot. She just didn't get to use it last time out. Flemington 1400 are both big pluses. I've got her on top.
10 Gisella's had her past couple of starts at home over this distance.
She's a powerful mover, this horse. You can see she's just wanting to go a little bit quicker in the yard here, but her coat is in impeccable order. I don't know how Hutchie you line up her form compared to some others, but the team have got her here as good as they can.
It's a little inferior in what she's done thus far, but she has been very consistent, so that's a positive. Race fitness won't be an issue for her either. She just needs to bring something a little better, and she should get a good run from the inside draw too.
Peter Moody, Catherine Coleman also with the 11 Amping Lass, who contested that opening race on Caulfield Cup Day.
She's another filly that's been ticking along quite nicely. Great attitude and well and truly at her peak. You can see great tone over her rib cage there. She's definitely the fittest I've seen her this preparation.
Just lacks a little bit of potency, her form from this preparation, but she has been in a couple of stakes races where she's been far from disgraced. But suffice to say, she's going to need to bring a career peak if she's going to figure here.
Market support for the 12 Miss Revealing, 21 into 16 on the VOP. This race was earmarked even before the dominant Mournable maiden win.
Yeah, I feel like she may just have a couple of lengths to make up compared to some of her rivals here, but it's another really good grade from her. She's looked nice all preparation. She hasn't had any physical improvement to make, so she looks very similar to how I've seen her.
Tricky draw, but she's got a task ahead.
Support also for the 13 Milady Rose, who's 31 into 21 off a Ballarat maiden win on debut.
Yeah, she looks really well, this horse too. She's on her toes without wanting to overdo it. She's probably relaxing a little bit better the longer that she's been in the yard.
A little harder to assess, I suppose. She's only had the one start, which was a nice one at Ballarat, but it's a much stronger race here. No doubt, one with upside, but you'd want a price and you're going to get it.
First edition on Derby Day last year of the Tab Vanity was Zaytung for James Cummings and Mark Zara defeating Matisse and dominated Benazil back in 5th. Contest the Empire Rose later on this afternoon. Hutch, you're going with the Valley form over our favourite.
Yeah, and each way chance here, I think around that $6 mark, 10 Lele, I think you can hopefully be really appreciative of Flemington 1400. She's an alibi, it's got the strongest form. Stardom will roll forward. A Carrion Dream might be the Valley in the race, but I will be number 9, 10 Lele.
Well, I can't go past. She's an alibi here. She's just a gorgeous looking filly. I think it's the best that I've seen her today. Hopefully she doesn't step slow with the blinkers going on for the first time, but thought it was an outstanding parade from her. Another filly that I thought looked great on the quick back of the Stardom. She looks like she's bounced through that really quite well. She was nice and fresh in the yard without wanting to overdo it. She's at the peak of her powers.
So we're setting out onto the track for the Vanity Stakes, 3-year-old fillies, and she's a recent addition to Victorian stable of Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. And it's not the first Queenslander that he's been able to pick up. He had some good success with a filly that was able to win a stakes race at Community Valley a few weeks ago. And some of those stables, they see an opportunity to bring their horses down to Melbourne and get some more black type, and that's exactly what they've done here. But let's hear from Luke Oliver, the trainer of Tane Olele.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Luke, I've just asked you the correct pronunciation of the horse's name. You're like, I don't know, I just call her Gloria. So that doesn't help us very much. More importantly, how is Gloria?
Yeah, she's really good. Obviously didn't have much of a run last week, so she pulled up super from that race. And this race was there, and we sort of, she had a great week, so we thought we'd have her throw up the stumps.
She seems to be pretty progressive, and it's got a good, loyal bunch of owners in this horse. It's nice to come here on a big day like this and give them a thrill.
You're on EW1.
Hold her own.
Yeah, for sure. It would have been lovely if we could draw a gate, but But yeah, she's a nice horse, so she's got a bright future, and hopefully she runs well again today.
In an ideal situation, what do you do from that tricky draw?
Look, up to Ben. He's been riding her in a bit of track work and obviously last start, so I'd imagine we'll be in the second half, and hopefully they go quick enough that we can run on.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, $650 chance there for Tane Ole, and it's all about the favourite though. We were shopping around $2.35, crash back into $2.20 now, as we can see on the sports bet app. Punters are up and about after the first race. Panova heavily back late. So what we've got here is she's an alibi. She'll start your favourite and will be your market money mover. Rock solid to Tane Ole. Down the pot now, the numbers out of the race: 8, 6, 13, and 10 against the favourite. 8, 6, 13, and 10. Of race 2, number 4 is your best back runner. What are you really going with? Free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Looking resplendent in all white on a day of monochrome. The bright and effervescent Gay Waterhouse joins us to start this on the backup. Gay, great to see you at Hadward's Racing in Melbourne.
I love backup horses. She's double treat. The danger, of course, is number 4, but she's in really good order. Craig's riding superbly. I can't see why we couldn't, fill the place. Hopefully, the first place.
What lined up for the week to decide to back her up? What were the signs you had to see?
She eats the place now. We can't keep the feed up to her. She's thriving. Lovely for the owners to be here at Flemington on the first day of the Carnival, Derby Day. Why wouldn't you want to run her?
Pretty confident that Willow can control the tempo, or are you going to have some assailants for the lead?
Oh, well, the filly from Sydney's got a bit of speed. We might be there the first 2 or 3, but we'll be right there.
Good luck.
What about rating rights?
Well, we can talk to him about him too, but maybe win this, and then we'll talk about voting rights later.
Fair enough.
Plan.
Love Gay Waterhouse. Yes, she's got voting rights in the Wakeful Stakes coming up a little bit later over the 2,000 metres. Some magnificent shots of the beautiful city of Melbourne, the Maribyrnong River, Flemington Racecourse right on the banks of that. Plenty of people will be heading out, still getting to enjoy Derby Day. A crowd of up to 85,000 people there today, so the atmosphere will be beautiful.
That will be a great atmosphere, no doubt about that. And Simo's pulled up pretty well after the Oasis one, so they've got to say. Fantastic, yeah. Well, it's all just a little bit of finger pointing and just singing along.
Yeah, that's it.
Marvel Stadium, that is for sure. And the wheel, geez, what are they doing with the wheel? You get good reception there, apparently, with your phone. But now the speed in this race, boys. Stardom will roll forward. My Lady Rose. Lady Pankhurst can go forward, and Namping Lass.
It's actually a good bit of speed, isn't it? I feel they can roll forward.
Good pressure. There's good pressure to set it up for horses that want to take that cushy sit just in behind them. And it fits just, she's an alibi because of the soft draw. She can absorb that pressure on her right shoulder and then just sit back off them and pick them apart with the blinkers on for the first time. The interesting running for me is Chatterley. Now, Chatterley got held up, but drawn out deep, has speed drawn inside her. Watch for her to come and sit as close as she can, but then use that move to then build at the right time.
So, were you a little surprised with the blinkers going on tonight? No, I like it. I like it. Grand final day. It looks like they've had the run to see where she was at. She more than held her own against the boys at 1,200 metres. Now the blinkers go on. I think this is grand final day for her because the 3-year-old fillies, they maybe can go to a Sandown Guineas, but there's not that many sort of more feature options for them now that the 1,000 Guineas has gone back to where it is. So, this is a valuable race and it'll be a huge addition to her CV if she can win it. So, I like when the Moody Camp put the blinkers on. I think it shows that they mean business.
Of course, at the Moody Camp, their big result so far in the spring, and then maybe more in the next week, BZ was winning 1,000 Guineas, and they'll be looking to add to their tally.
Yes, good stable, and they've picked up this horse from Queensland. Ran really well behind the subsequent Caulfield Guineas winner in Autumn Boy. Simon Marshall, late comment here. What's the betting telling us?
Don't worry about Regal Award shifting off the fence in the first race. He was just getting tired and wanting to run off. I'll expect some horses to stay closer to the pack here with this track drying out.
Let's go to Matt Hill for his call of race number 2, the Vanity Stakes.
3. Miss Revealing comes up. Ruska Roma out behind the stalls with Tanner Lely, who was desperately unlucky at the Valley. Icarian Dream waits her turn. Now, my Lady Rose about to join them. Terrific. Thanks very much, James. Getting set here for the running of race number 2. The Tap Vanity, a race formerly run in the autumn, moved to the spring, and this is the 41st running of the race for the 3-year-old fillies in front of a fantastic crowd here at Flemington on a beautiful Melbourne day. Field locked away now as Taylor Lely goes up to complete the line. The second event, the Tap Vanity, about to get underway. Starter Wholesome. Set and they're racing. Chatterley the best to begin with Lady Pankhurst and also Live. She's an alibi not too far away, and Milady Rose is showing plenty of speed as well. But Stardom looking to cross from Lady Pankhurst in second place as they complete the first 300 or 400 metres of the race. They were followed by Milady Rose. Amping Glass got to fourth. She's an alibi and Live together. They were followed by Miss Revealing out 3 deep on the track. 2 lengths Icarian Dream in the back half, followed by a deeper Chatterley. Gisela the inside. Rusker Roma is towards the end with Taylor. So as they reach the 800 metres, the leader is Stardom. 3/4 of the length Milady Rose. 2 lengths to Amping Glass. Third Lady Pankhurst. Fourth the inner. Miss Revealing deeper. 1.5 lengths to Live. She's an alibi tucked away on the rails in the green jacket. Further back then is Chatterley, well back Icarian Dream. Also well back in the field is Gisela on the inside. Tanalili is second last. And at the back is Ruscaroma. Start on the leader. 400 metres to go. Lady Rose shook up 3/4 of a length away. Then came Amping Glass the outside. Lady Pankhurst needs a run. She's an alibis behind a wall of horses. Miss Revealing down the centre. Tanalili's winding up at the 200. They've got the start of a Lady Rose. She's an alibi got through. Accelerate. She's an alibi from Tanalili. Kirian Dream, and the favourites too good. She's an alibi wins it.
4.
Tanalili second, Icarian Dream third, followed by Rusker Roma, and next in the field, Miss Revealing from Chatterley and Live. Milady Rose
491.
And last knocking up Stardom.
The decision to send this filly down from our Rockhampton base has been more than vindicated. She was excellent in the Gothic, flying down a marker for a victory in the Vanity. 491, a photo to come. What a performance from the favourite.
Big performance from She's an Alibi, justifying the market support. Lincoln's going on, and a little bit of a cheer there from Lukey Nolan as she goes across the line. This was a key stage of the race, though, Hutch. Needed an opportunity to get out.
4, 9, 1. Four nine one. The two did not have the only one which could have beaten this was the 5, but that did not work. The 4 as a linear went through. Then the 9, which was here, and the 1, the EW, which was here. One. That did not happen. Anyway, we'll go to the next 3. Now this is a tricky one. Let's take a look at the odds. 3. Five, 10, 4, 8. The whirlpool is very difficult to beat, so that's that. 5, 10, 4 and 8, 4 and 8. So 5 is an EW. They generally don't win, and that is the favorite. I don't know what to say, but that's the favorite. Zeros don't win generally. 1200 meters. I don't know how this track definitely is a place which plays very differently. Rails don't matter. 1200 meter is the straight run. This is the straight run. There, the rails will not matter here. So, but the point is this, that this is an EW, okay, and it is on zero. So it's a whirlpool. So that's what it says. What are the upsides here? So these two are both 5-year-old gilding. The 10, which is on the top layer, is both of them are 5-year-old gildings. So if there's no advantage or disadvantage through the gates because it's a straight run. So the assumption is that 0 will win. That looks difficult. I don't know why that is the favorite, but I mean, we race twice every week and they don't win. They probably are second or third or something like that. That depends on how well the calibration is. The calibration is okay, but that's not a winning horse. And the 10 is like that. It's the first one through the rails with one of the best jocks on this horse. So I don't know whether that will happen, but the point is this, that the 11 is very much there. If this is at 94, this is 108. That's the EW. Even if we take the difficulty out, it is still the daddy here. So what happened here is, let's understand. So the 4 won. Why? Because the rating was good and the jock was not the worst, but it was also not the best. The calibration was here on these guys, and the pressure lineup was on 5, but that did not go nicely. What happened is the 4 won and the 9 came in, then the 1 with the advantage. So this was a pressure play, and that it came in like that. So here it doesn't look like a pressure play. If you look at the pressure lineup here, if we look at the So that was a pressure lineup, all right? And this is how it looks. This doesn't look like a pressure lineup. The highest pressure is on 9, which is 90, and that's more or less where it comes from, but that's also 103. So that's the linear. The second linear is 8, which is coming from gate number 7, which is, both of them are with very high leverages on this thing. So even if we take that and then take that as the benchmark, both of them has physics, then there's something which is going to be in between. The between is either 5 or 11. Now the difference between 5 and 11 is this, that both of them are 5-year-old gildings, and this is a 94, this is a 14, negative 14. So that's where this thing beats the 5 doesn't, I mean, the 11 beats 5 clearly on papers. Here and here, the 11 beats 5 on papers. All right. The jockey is also rightly one of the suitable jockeys here. This I don't know. The 10 is from gate number 9. So what are we expecting out of this? This probably is going to be a slow run race. This is not going to be a high pressure race. This is going to be a low pressure race. That's what we are expecting. We have another 1200 meter, which is this one, and here it is a pressure play. Okay, here it is a pressure play, exactly like this one. So this 1200 meter is not going to be a pressure play. If this is not a pressure play, then it goes to rating. Here the 4 went through the rating. All right, that was also the linear. It went through 98 on that pressure. So if the 5, I don't know, the 5 doesn't look like the 5 is the 1. That doesn't look like it is the 1. It will either play pressure. If we look at the pressure lineup, then 9 is the linear. It'll rule. But I don't think that's the scene here. I don't think that's the scene here. The scene probably is going to be rating and low pressure. And if that happens, then eight. This will not happen. The 8 is at 4. So I don't know if 5 will win. I don't know whether 5 will win. That's very weird, thinking 5 is going to win. This was quite questionable here, but you know that was the highest rated, and that was a linear went through, right? I did question it with the jock, but it just went through. Too good. But here, this I am not with it. Zeros don't win. So out here, if we have to look something, then I think if it goes through rating, then 10 is definitely there. But will it win? Because the 8 is also here with a lot of pressure. The 8 is also here with a lot of pressure. So whether this one will win, this one will win, 5 will win, God knows what will happen. But these two definitely are there. 13, I mean, one of them definitely is in. And if that's what the thing is, I think 11 is an EW. 11 is an EW. And this one and this one, the gates don't matter because it is a flat run. It's a straight run. This one is at, lower handicapping. So here we see what happened: 4, 9, and then 1. 1 is green. So here it is not a pace. 11 is in between. 11 is in between, probably. It's either 13 or 11. I like 11 more because this is a horse. Whether it will run, that's a huge question. It's a lot of advantage between these two horses. This one is a lot of advantage, the 13 and the 11. The 5 is an EW, but 11 is better from gate number 2. That's a lot of advantage on that horse. 29, 68, 0s, 53, 96, 98. This we are not able to measure. 80, 198, 99. That's not pressure. 98, 98, 96, 98. That is a low pressure. 96. We can't measure this one. This is anyway 0. This is at 18, 96, 10. This is there. This is low. If it is low, then this is higher. And out here we can measure only this one. This is higher, but that's a low pressure. This is 96. 10 looks good. And 11 is the next one. Here what happened is 4 was lower, 37. 9 was here at 80. And 1 was 102. But that was pressure play. So through pressure it is like that. Here it is not pressure. That's why the numbers are like that. I like the 10 and I also like the 11. The 5 is questionable. I don't know. This is good arrangement. Who's riding 10, by the way? Melham. We'll see how it works. Shit. Bishwa, here is the thing. The favorite is the 5, or sorry. Yeah, So the favorite is the 5. We've done this multiple times, haven't we? Do they win? They win when things are absolutely upside down. And look at that. I mean, what happened here was I looked at the pressure. That was the second linear. This was the first linear. But the body weight was huge on this horse, the 4. And that was also the highest rated. Okay. Here, it doesn't have the body weight. It is not one of the highest rated. It is an EW with 0. How many times have you seen these guys winning? We just raced on Wednesday and we spoke about the zeros. Zeros don't win. They might get a place depending on how it unfolds. So there's a possibility that 10 and 5 might be a queen. But for that, 11 has to fail. Will 11 fail? That's one of the questions. It's a very heavyweight horse with that kind of an advantage on that horse. And also the 13 is there. So let's say if it goes low pressure, which I think it will go, it'll not be a high pressure horse, because the high pressures are that 9 is the linear, which is here. Okay. It's got the physics and everything, but all that doesn't matter. The physics definitely matters, but this side doesn't matter because, this is going to be a straight run. If this is a straight run, where is the pace on this horse? There's no pace. And this is an advantage when there are bends. There are no bends. Is it the heaviest? No. Is it the highest rated? No. Does it have physics? No. Though it's a flat run, maybe that's the thing. 10 is not the highest pressure, but the highest rated. That's the highest rated. We just saw this one getting in, right? That was a linear. This is not a linear. The linear is here. And then the second one is here. The pressure is adequate on both of them. Both of them have physics and mathematics and everything, but they're still a little less in terms of body weights and rating as well. The rating goes to 10. The jockey is on 10. The 5 is an EW, which often comes in, but for that, like here, the 9 beats the 1. The 1 was the EW. Why? Because of the body weight. Because of the body weight, this is at 137. This is a 149. The lower it is, the better it is. So this is it could not beat. The rating drops, it could not beat. I was not very sure of all those, advantages, what will happen. But here, if the 5 is there, the 11 is also there. If the 5 is there, then the 11 is also there. Even that 6 is there to take that horse. So the 5 is not the thing. The 6 is also there. That's a drift. That drops. This drift does drop, but this is better. This is a higher drift. Then this one is an 8-year-old. Forget about that. But here, this one is quite capable to take the 5 if it runs low pressure, which essentially it is looking like it is low pressure. But the biggest problem for the 5 is the 11. I don't know whether 10 is going to be able to win because it doesn't have pressure. Even if, let's say, by rating it wins, and with the body weight. So that's the thing. I'm not sure about, I mean, through numbers, I think 10 is the one. Through numbers, I think 10 is the one. 5, for what joy, I don't know. 3 is where 3 is that 3 is difficult. 3 is very bad state. 3 is very bad. There's a very strong chance on that 13. I mean, if this wins, then 96. I think 97. This is 2068. That's that. This is 103.34. That's the linear 41.66. That's at lowest. That'll show because it is the linear. That'll show. 5 is up here with advantage. But for that to work, it has to beat 11. It has to beat 13. How will that 5 will work? I don't know. We'll see how it works.
Group 3 level, Annabelle and Rob Archibald with a couple at the top of the weight. The first of them is horse 1 in Libertad, who raced here as a 3-year-old in a Danehill. He resumed this spring with a good top 4 effort in the Sydney Stakes.
Well, he's a big, sexy looking entire. This fella is so strong and muscular. He knows he's good looking too, the way that he conducts himself in the yard. Moving super fitness is spot on.
Concede weight to some most rivals, but that's their second up. Wall Street Fitters have got a.
But having said all that today, it is very difficult because we are dealing with Whirlpool. So I'm a very small fish. I'm a very small fish. The bigger fishes, and they think 5 is going to win. There's a contradiction here because some of the biggest analytical companies and all that is working on this today. So the odds are very difficult to beat. That's the point.
Interestingly, he's got the barrier blanket going on for the.
We've started doing this 2 years ago. These guys have been doing.
Studying the world of good. He's a handsome horse too. Haven't seen him much of recent times. I think he's a horse that's an absolute ball of muscle. Only got a short action, this guy, but he just looks like he's built for speed.
Excellent run. First up in the Sydney Stakes behind Rothfire from well back in the field. And if you get that natural improvement out of there, and he has one 2 or 3 seconds up, he's going to go very close.
Six Amina gets the blinkers, and also Karen McAvoy back on. She didn't necessarily handle the home turn at Caulfield in the Norfolk Plough.
No, that has been the direction from the stable, saying that they just don't think that she's a Caulfield horse. She's got the blinkers going on today. I had her on top last start. I thought she looked that good, and she looks as good today. Hopefully she can bounce back at her preferred track.
Yeah, a lot of fingers were burnt with her last time. Maybe you weren't the only one. I don't know how to treat her now. She seems to mix her form up. Her best is good enough, but really, she's a take-on trust type.
The veteran of the field is the 7, Nicolini Vito. He won a Group 3 Victoria Handicap second up earlier in the year.
He's a gentleman, this horse. He is first up today, but geez, he looks very, very fit. He must be holding on to a good bit of residual fitness from that last preparation, Hutchie.
Yeah, I think so. Is it really? honest, consistent sort of galloper as well. He's over the odds. I know he's about better than 60 to 1. If he bought anything like what he can do fresh up, he could be there or thereabouts at a big price. So might be one that you could include in something. We know he often can perform well at Flemington as well.
Good luck to our friend and colleague Terry McAuliffe in the ownership of the 8 Watch Me Win, who has beaten 5 lengths in the dual guide.
He looks really good, this horse. He's been on his toes consistently the whole time that he's been in the yard. But what he's doing at the moment, given that these horses are high energy sprinting types, I'm not overly concerned. He looks really good.
Failed in the Gill guide and was disappointing, but he may have had an excuse just in terms of where he was on the track. So he's got to turn it around here. His form prior has been excellent. He's certainly got a really powerful finish and expect him to be hitting the line hard.
9, GG's Mistruth improved significantly at her second run of the sprint, and for Mark Walker in the Caulfield Sprint.
She definitely did there, Nige, and I think it's the best that I've seen her look this preparation. She looks really switched on today. I quite like her just being up and about a little bit without wanting to overdo it. She's definitely at her peak.
In an open race, I was happy to be with her. I thought the second up run of the Caulfield Sprint was terrific. Hopefully she can deliver that sort of performance today. A few little gear changes, and I like Willow on board as well. But her best is clearly good enough. I think she's a great each-way chance.
10 Hedged was runner-up to Jigsaw in the Apache Cat Classic. First up, we saw Jigsaw collect the McEwen last Saturday.
Came in quite relaxed, this horse, and he's just proceeded to get a little bit warm. I'm taking on trust. I haven't seen this horse for a long time. That might just be normal for him, but it's no surprise to see him pair up with the pony as well. But condition-wise, he's fit as a fiddle.
And Nigel, he was a beaten favourite against Jigsaw as well. That race rated well. The race since the Jigsaw one has also rated pretty well. So Hedges got to be right in the game. Second favourite at the moment, and I'm expecting a really good performance from him today.
Bjorn Baker also brings down the 11 Disneck, who didn't have the best of luck in the Sydney Stakes.
No, he didn't. He seems to be a really relaxed kind of a character. He seems to have a pretty cool attitude. He's handling himself particularly well when some of these other horses are wanting to get up and about a little bit. Condition, as you'd expect when you're bringing a horse down to contest a race like this, is spot on.
Yeah, I love that wing too back from him as well, betting a horse for beauty charge. But he's won 7 times. He'll need to turn it around a bit, but this is his preferred trip.
Another needing to turn it around and find some of his new market form is the 12 Super Rust.
Probably a little bit hard to recommend him based on what I'm seeing today. He naturally always does carry a fair bit of condition, but I just think potentially coming back as a 7-year-old this time round, he may just take an extra run or two to hit his peak. It's just still that little bit big around his middle.
Yeah, well, he was $81 in the Gill guy and he ran to that mark. But we know that he can run a big race on occasion, so he's a horse that's open to a bit of improvement, as you mentioned, as an ageing galloper. Maybe if you're looking for the exotics, it could be one to consider.
Big D was on horse 13 Royal Insignia in the formative stages of his career. They reunited. This horse's 5th run of the spring.
He's such a good-looking individual. He always breaks out in a sweat and gets quite up and about, so don't be alarmed if you see him progressively sweat even more the longer that he's waiting behind the barriers. He was in and out pretty quick here. He looked very good out of visual. It was a great race.
He did Sorry, Punch, go. No, he did bring his best, but he shouldn't be too far away, Punch.
Next Stable won it with Mahaba last year in an upset, defeating Ray Magnario and Charmstone. With the former Tasmanian Hutcher at GG's Mistruth.
A bit of money coming out for this galloper to GG's Mistruth. I think can run well. Hedge, I think, has got the runs on the board. Disneck, no luck last start. Good luck to Terry and the team with Watch Me Win. I went 9, 10, 11 and 8.
Well, I'm with Star Patrol on top here. I thought this horse looks absolutely awesome in the yard. He's quite up and about, but I take that as a good sign. I'm going to catch up with his trainer in a minute and make sure that he's happy with that too. But he's reached his peak. I think he's been ticking along super this campaign. It's here to run the race of his life. Of the rest, there's a couple that I thought were super Royal Insignia. I always like him from a yard point of view. He's a really good-looking individual. I thought he paraded very well. Libertad looks awesome, and I thought that GG's Mistruth is best that I've seen her this preparation.
Horses heading down towards the start for the first of our straight races. So this is 1,200 metres. This main trip is Coolmore with 2 races off the circle at a 1,600 and 1,400 start proceedings. Do you have a thought on how they might ride this? How would you thought there, Hutch? I'm going to go to another clip first. Here's Clint McDonald, the trainer of one of the key chances here, Star Patrol.
It's great to join you on such a great day here in Flemington. I've made your horse pick of the yard. I thought he looked an absolute treat. Why don't you anything?
Yeah, no, the team's done a great job. He's been a work in progress. And he's third up today, blinkers on. Second up, after a long layoff, sometimes they can be a little bit flat. And
We just feel he's peaking today, and there's no excuses. So I can see the old Star Patrol, and if he does, well, he's going to be right there.
You see that his form tapered off a little bit towards the end of the last preparation. He's had a throat operation and looks like he's come back full of confidence and going as good as ever.
Yeah, no, he has. He sort of virtually had no airway at the end, and we did the surgery, and it's been successful, and we're hoping it proves us right today.
A little bit up and about in the yard. I just took that as a sign of a horse that's absolutely ready to rumble.
Yeah, he is. He's an absolute terrorist, but anyway, the staff do a great job with him, and hopefully he hits the front today.
Bit like his trainer, hey? Good luck.
That's it, thank you.
He's in good form. Is Clint McDonald had a nice winner last night at Cranbourne. Let's get a market update with Simon Marshall.
Okay, Caboolus is on the drift, would you believe it? We're out to $4.20 now. So we bottomed out around the $3.40 mark. Look at this, it's a big drift, late $4.20 as I speak. So hold your bets for the next 30 seconds. Star Patrol, $6.50, and he is into $5 now, and geez, Hedge has been really firm all the way through. Some nice bets coming in for him. And GG's Miss True too continues to shift in to $8. Watch me win. Nice firm bet on you, Jerry. You better bet $9.50, $12. So the favourites on the drift are taking 4, 10, 9 are your numbers, and 8. And outside of that, as I mentioned, Robbie Nicolini Vito, the 7 is the blowout. Backed in from 91 to 51. Wowee. Now it's time to get your bets on. What are you really gambling? Frank Confidential Support, the 1-800 number.
A derby last year for Andrew Gillis, hoping to take the rising fast here with Watch Me Win. Andrew, good to see. What was the synopsis of the Gilgo run for him? Thanks, Nigel. Well, I thought he raced quite well. We sort of got a little bit back looking for cover, and it didn't quite work out in the day. We sort of got caught out of the race, I guess. The smiles weren't too bad when he let down. I thought he was competitive. So freshened him up, brought him back here, down straight again. It's not to the race, I guess. The weight sort of suited me that little bit better today. So we're hopeful that he can race well.
They're preventative measures in mind for Lockie to make sure it unfolds different to last time.
Yeah, Lockie's done his homework. He's very good at his job, and he's very well prepared. He's ridden before back at the home, so he knows what he's dealing with. He can be a little bit funny in the gates, so he's just got to overcome that, I guess. So hopefully a little bit of luck there, and Lockie's hopefully he's on the job for him.
We're happy enough with how he handled the parade here.
I presented really well. I was freshening him that bit, and he was on his toes without going over the top. His fresh form was excellent, so we tried to replicate that a little bit. So hopefully we've got it right.
All the best to you, Terry, and the team.
Yeah, thanks, Nigel.
Horseman's down behind the start for the Rising Fast Stakes, 1,200 metres here. Hutch, do you have any thought on where they may sort of aim up on the straight course here?
No, not really. I think the jockeys will just wait and see. Star Patrol's a key runner because where that horse decides to go on, I think it will take where the field decide to go. But usually middle to outside, not a big field here, but big enough that they'll all just be looking to find their spot. And I think Star Patrol's the key. They're expected, depending on what
He's got the blinkers on today, third run of preparation. Heard from Clint McDonald there. It sounds like he's ready to rock and roll. He could give them something to catch.
Yeah, well, he's always been a very good straight track horse, and obviously they've had some issues with him, but they've got him back going now. I'll tell you what, he looked absolutely fabulous on those pictures, and Amy commented as much. So it'll be a good race, and hopefully it's even across, and then going forward to other races that we have down the straight, we can sort of play with some confidence.
Hope you're enjoying Derby Day thus far. We're building towards race number 3. Here's Matt Hill for the call.
Just got a motor on tip for Matt. Will be picking up.
Which one? 9 is the linear. Which one? 9 is the linear. 9 is the linear, but 10 is good. 5, I don't know, but I think this is the first one on the straight. Be very careful, and it's under World Pool, so best of the best. I think about 2. 2 is difficult. 2 is difficult. 2 is difficult.
Superazi make their turns, and also Caballas. 395 on the
Frank,
wheel.
11 may not win, but 11 is there. 11 Disney is there in the game. 5 is doubtful. I don't know why 5 is favorite. But I'm out of it. I'm not getting into it.
Flemington with the Rising Fast Stakes. The traditionalists would remember this is the Yan Yin Stakes. It's the 152nd running of this traditional race. So lining up well, Superazi is going to be one of the last as Watch Me Win goes up riderless. And Superazi to be ridden by Declan Bates, who has a big ride on Pride of Jenny later. Coming up to the outside. Stand by for a start. The Rising Fast Stakes at 1,200 metres. Ready, Gates Crash and Racing, and Hedge was one of the better ones away, with also Libertad out past the middle. Bazusto Show Speed with Star Patrol. Watch Me Wins in that leading group as well, as the field initially were going to split, but a few of the jockeys towards the outside changing their minds and coming over towards the inside rail, where the leader is Star Patrol by 2 or 3 lengths to Caballas and also Bazusto. Then Watch Me Win, Libertad out deeper, Disneck behind those, followed by Buenos Noches and Hedge, who's fizzed up in between horses. Then came Gigi's Mistruth, 2 further back of Mina. Well back in the field, Nicolini Vito with Royal Insignia and Superazi. Heading towards the course proper, 500 metres to go, and Star Patrol held together 2 lengths Caballas. Then came Libertad on the outside from Watch Me Win, Bazusto. Gigi's Mistruth is starting to track into the contest. Buenos Noches under pressure. Just snagging back behind those horses. Hedge waited with. It's held up for a run. 200 metres to go. Caballas explodes up, took the front with on the outside Libertad, Gigi's Mistruth, and Disneck over on the inside. It's Caballas, 50 metres to go. Punch down at Caballas, the favourite one at Caballas, 1 length and a quarter. Gigi's Mistruth in the queue. Bazusto, Watch Me Win in a decision for third with Disneck, followed by Hedge. Then came behind those horses Amina, Libertad, pulling up
5-9
with one eye, and further back Superazi, Buenos Noches, Star Patrol, Nicolini Vito well back, with also Royal Insignia.
2 from 3 as a gelding for Caballas, 2 from 3 on Derby Day so far for Tommy Berry, and since they've gelded him, he won an Hortensia in thumping fashion at Scone. He was the eye-catcher of the Sydney Stakes, and he's now got a Derby Day Group 3 to his name.
A beautiful sweet ride by Tommy Berry, just on the back of the speed. We've seen him at Flemington before. He ran well on the straight course, but he just had the ideal sit on the back of the leader. And when he pounced, he was there and was strong late. Gigi's Mistruth continues her strong sprinting form here in Melbourne. And have a look at those magnificent pictures as the grandstand starts to fill up at Flemington. And it's another well-supported runner that wins. And what about Tommy Berry? 3 races down, 2 wins.
Yeah, he's having a great day at the office. And like you said, he gave that an absolute peach for the favourite backers at Caballas. Just tracked that speed, had the ideal run in the race. It looked like he was just trying to control Star Patrol. It might have been a fraction keen with the blinkers on, but the eventual word of travel, well, Gigi's Mistruth could only manage second and deserve it with. Presented at the right time, it really went to script. What we saw mid-race when they joined the course proper, see the turns on those lines at the top of your television there. Ben Mallon on Star Patrol was able to get a 11.34. That is slow, so we really controlled it. Caballas switched across, as you mentioned, followed him all the way. Gigi's Mistruth had every possible chance. It's Disneck going back to the inside as well. Had a really good run at it. And Bazusto, look at that. It's nice and tight for your 3rd and 4th place getters, but it was just
time. Looks like it'll just get there for 3rd. Tez just
5, 9, 2 and 8.
Running well on an each-way line, just missing for 4th. But you know what happens when Caballas wins? His trainer, Ian Baker, whether he's here in Melbourne or whether he's staying up in I'm not too sure, but you can imagine there's going to be some social media vision.
So I have no clue why that happened, but that happened. And with 0 that EW went through. And then came in the linear, which is here, 5-9. 5-9, 2 and 8. 2 and 8. We'll go to the fourth one. Six has been scratched. 6 is not there. 1, 3, 7, and 5. See, this is perfect order. This is perfect order. So they have this, the linear, then the EW, then the second linear. So that's perfect order. This I don't think will go wrong, but then again, they're both like that. So they're bleeding 50%, they're bleeding 45%, and maybe it will not make a huge thing today. But what are the other things that are possible? Possibilities are these two. But I so far what has happened is this thing went through. I don't know how it went through, but this track, we have a very limited understanding of the straight. We have a very limited understanding of the straight 1200 meter or the 1100 meter. And they kind of repeat this arrangement after 6 months. So you will not find a similar arrangement in last 6 months. So we have a very limited understanding of how this thing works, the 1200 meter. But here we do up till 2000 meter. There's no problem. The linear will win. That's what we have raised. Up till 2000 meters, the linear will win. No issues. Then there has to be a drop, either of these two, which is one is here with 40%, but that's a lighter weight. This is a little heavier weight with a brilliant resume. So this thing is the second one, the EW. Here also that only played, right? The EW and this one. The EW won. The 9 linear, that did not do anything nice, and that just did not happen. So whatever that thing is, but here it is the linear, then this one they're talking about. Now both of them are like that, okay? So either that will make a difference or they will not. That will not make a difference. They're bleeding. Business wise, they're bleeding. Is that going to make an effect today? It's a very important day. It doesn't. I don't know, but the odds are right. This one, I this one, I did not have a clarity in this. I did not have a clarity in this, but this one is all good. The 9 is difficult, very difficult, but this is good. The one should win. This is all. This gets better because instead of getting one of these guys, they have a better jock on this, probably the best jock on 3. So how things can go wrong? How things can go wrong? Things can go wrong because of their management. If that doesn't get into the picture, then that's the right arrangement. It should be a trifactor, 1, 3, 7. It should be a trifactor. But that's the second linear, there's a first linear, second linear. These are neutrals. So is it a possibility? There is a possibility. Why? Because if their management kicks in, then there's nothing. In that case, what will happen is this thing will not get in. The 4 will get in. The 4 will get in because that's the other one which is with low pressure. 9 is very difficult. 9 is very difficult. The 4 is the other low pressure. So if this thing doesn't do any good, then the 4 comes into picture. And if this gets in, then everything is upside down. But apparently, when we look at this entire arrangement, this is good. Linear up to 2000 meter, 220, it'll smash it. That should happen. But they're also like that. $16. Pair 16. Number 16. Which one are you talking about? Nine was the linear. If you look at the results, then this is a little. If you look at this result, 9 and 5, that makes sense. But 5 winning, I don't know why and how that happened. I don't know how that happened. This and this makes sense. Okay. That is the highest pressure. That was an EW. Okay. But 5 winning is something that I still can't digest. And I stayed out of this because I had no faith on what was going on. Here, everything is looking good, but you know those numbers, they're bleeding. If anything goes wrong, I'm going to get into it, and I'm going to play exactly how they are. So if that's the same, then we'll play that. And but the pinch of salt is this. Okay. Three-year-old Gildings and Fillies, which is a mixed sex, on a pressure lineup. All right. Here is what I have. If we look at Flemington, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever number of races that is there. But I checked, even if we check the latest races at Flemington, we don't have a 1200 meter of that arrangement. All right. You see, this is an 1100 meter with 3-year-old fillies. This is not a mixed sex, no colt. This is a 1200 meter with 8-year-old gelding, 6-year-old horses. This is 1600 meter, 1400 meter, 1700 meter. This was on 13th of September. If we go far back, like this is 2nd of September, I think. 2nd of. Now this is 6-year-old geldings, 5-year-old geldings, another 1200 meter. So we've already crossed, like, this is 08, 09, 2 months. All right. Within 2 months, they did not have a race like this. This is going to go on the 3rd month. 3rd month also, this is 3-year-old filly gelding, 1600 meter. 1200 meter, you see, that's a 5-year-old gelding, 4-year-old gelding. They did not have a race like this. This is a 1600 meter. 1200 meter, it is a 2-year-old colt. This is a 1200 meter, 3-year-old fillies, 3-year-old geldings. Not a mixed sex. So they basically, they work very hard. What I'm trying to say is they work very hard. They will not repeat the same race for next 6 months. And that is what makes it very difficult to understand unless you're doing this for a very long time and you have the right data model, it is very difficult to get on with the 1200 meters and the 1100 meters here. I checked, I went back to whatever number of races that I have done on Flemington, 1200 meters, 1100 meters. I could not find a similar race. In last 6 months, 7 months. It is not there. And they play that 1200 meter because that is the trickiest part. This thing needs a lot of data. We don't have that. Vishwa, boom, won EW Rand. Beautiful. It could be a spell, Vishwa. God says that you should never share your prayers. Prayers are supposed to be made to the God. When prayers are shared, then it becomes a public thing. People look at it. Yeah. When you pray for something, do not share. When you pray for something, do not share. 20 actually came in third.
Outstanding in the Group 1000 guineas at Caulfield last start, running third, making good ground.
Right, I'm going to be
and
back
clearly
in a
dominating
jiffy
at least
from
2.5
the washroom.
times as much turnover as Fashionable. Next best, who's rock solid around that $7.50 mark. Then Freedom Flame, riding a ticket late for that runner, coming off a stakes win in 1,800 metres last start in Adelaide. $8.50. Strictly Business has been the best back at the price. $21, $12, $10. Off a 1,400 metre win last start, steps up to the 2,000 metres. And the only other runner, Perfect Night, had no luck last start. It's been quite unlucky its last couple and been green coming off the bridle. $26, $21, $21 firm. As you can see, the 9 there. But we've got a shorty, the Oaks favourite, Get a Good Feeling, coming up in race 4. What are you really gambling with? For confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
This mounting yard is brought to you by Whirlpool. Available on this race.
On 39 occasions, the winner of the HKJC Whirlpool Wakeful Stakes for the 3-year-old fillies at Group 2 level over 2,000 metres on Derby Day has progressed 5 days later to win the Oaks. Last year it was the Quinella, Treasure of the Moment and Powers of Opal, repeating the dose come Thursday. And many people think this horse is a terrific chance to do so in the one, Get a Good Feeling. Victorious in the Manifold, third in the 1,000 metres.
Well, I'm one of those people in that camp. I think that she's a quality individual. I've said it the whole way through. She looks more like a colt than what she does a filly, but in the best possible way. She's still pretty and still elegant, but she's just so strong compared to her rivals. Best thing about her, too, is her attitude. For a staying filly, this is how you like to see the parade.
Wouldn't be surprised if she shot in the market either off this prohibitive quote, either. Given her the strength of her form, I mean, her effort 1,000 guineas was terrific. She's got the best form and the best setup here, stepping to 2,000 metres, which will really suit her. Very hard to beat.
Third up run for the 2 Ethereum Girl, who was very good first up in the 1,000 metres prelude.
She was good. My concern with her is she's melting here today. She's progressively getting sweatier and sweatier. She came in tense, and sometimes they can do that and they can relax. But for me, it's a bit of a watch. You'd much prefer to see her going the other way. She seems to be getting more and more worked up.
Those antics are reflected as well in the market, Amy. She's 11 out to 13. Don't want to see her getting more. She had excuses, of course, in the 1,000 guineas, but nonetheless, I think she needs to turn it around, and I'm sure she can.
3's Freedom Flame for Andrew Lewis. The Hill Smith was a pathway to winning the Derby last year with Gold Rush Guru. His filly pulled off an upset in that race last start.
Yeah, good on them too. And she's a nice filly as well. My first time seeing her. She's parading great. She's in outstanding condition. She's at a peak in regards to fitness. She's not got any excess on. They're here and they mean business.
Lots of performance there as well. And the Hill Smith, like you said, can be a good reference. Should get a nice run today with a touch of luck. Jamie Mellon on board. And one they can certainly figure in the finish, as the market will suggest.
Prestige Schnitzel is the form. Was third up when top 3 last Saturday in the Phillies Classic.
I thought that was a good run last week, and she seems to have come through that pretty well too. She's a neat type. She's definitely a little bit tighter today in regards to her condition, but looks to have handled the back up really quite well, actually.
Yeah, I liked it. It was the best one so far in the prep, and I like it when they've got a little
All right, I'm back.
and they do back them up, so they happen to go up to 2,000 metres. Let's see if she gets it or not, but she's certainly trending in the right direction, and might be the right time to have a crack at it as well.
Brent Sarafa making a case at a price for the 5 at Strictly Business, who debuted here on Australian Cup Day. The second run was at Ballarat last Friday and was a sensational.
Wouldn't this be a thrill for the Carberry team? They've only got a small team of horses in work at Ballarat. To have a horse running on a big day like this, good on them. I think she'd have to go to another level in the field like this against some of her rivals, but she's a lovely type of horse. She's been turned out very well, so she should be running to the best of her ability.
Having a good day at the office, means everybody tips Strictly Business at a price of 20-something, now to 10. Trend is certainly heading in that direction. Off the back of a very good Ballarat win with outstanding closing sectionals. In a race where there's a few queries, maybe not with her.
6 Luna Bay scratching. The 7 in Fashionable has the hot hand of Tommy Berry coming off a Hawkesbury-mated victory.
Yeah, my first time assessing her, and she strips nice and fit here. I've just tinkered with a little bit of gear too. Winkers come off, blinkers go on for the first time. She's quite a tall, athletic type of filly. She's been a little bit tense at times while she's been in the yard, but unlike a couple of the others, she seems to be relaxing a little bit more the longer that she's in here, which is a good sign.
Like the sign, but the race rated okay last night. It was a lot of work like the victory, but nonetheless, look, I think she's in the mix. She can put herself on speed. The market thinks that she's the second pick, and in it, a distant one, it has to be said, but she'll go well.
Porterhouse Bot successful with Amazonian Lass 2 years ago. They present the 8 voting rights. Also, a Ballarat maiden winner on the same program as Strictly Business.
You look in this girl's pedigree, and she's out of the Galileo mare, so this is where she's going to be getting her stamina from, to be racing over 2,000 metres and potentially even onto the Oaks, depending on how she goes today. She looks great. She's a powerful mover. She's very, very fit, as you always expect with the Waterhouse Spot stable.
The advantage is that, and the fact that they'll go forward, but the negatives is that the time posted wasn't anything special, so she's going to need to let, which she may well do.
Harry Coffey goes more than 9, perfect 9 for Lindsay Park. Been drill down on her performance 2 back at Geelong.
She's another one that's been quite engaged the whole time that she's been in the yard. She is relaxing really quite nicely. I think it's a very good parade from her, although I think that it's a tough race to try and break your main, because she's been presented in tip-top shape.
Yeah, I think
one is very difficult to beat, Vishwa, but there's always a but in there.
Perhaps coming up in triple help her go closer to achieving that goal.
John EW on 4.
Stackhouse goes on the 10. Chris Miro is tackling the Wakeful off a sail placing behind the dark.
If their management kicks in today, then that's the worst thing that can happen.
His wonderful broodmare sire. She presents okay. She's another one that has been really quite busy. She has just paired up with the pony as watching her now. But another one that you just prefer to be relaxing a little bit better. What she's doing is within normal limits to a certain extent, but for this kind of distance, you'd much rather them switch off a bit better.
The key fact is that run itself was better than it looks. Beaten a long margin, but the pack was really against that day. I think one at 100 to 1, I know said I was making a case of 1 at 20s. I think she could run a bit of a race for some exotics at 100s potentially. Chris Mara, just a third period start. Get a good feeling on top over Prestige, Stitzel, Strictly Business, and Fashionable. Like I said, if you want to throw a roughie in, might be Chris Mara.
Well, it's pretty hard to go past, get a good feeling here. I think she's a quality individual. I've liked her the whole way through. I know she's a short quote, so no prizes for finding her, but she looks outstanding here again today. She's got the best attitude out of any horse in the yard, and she's a very impressive-looking individual with the runs on the board. So I think it'll take a good one to get past her. If you're looking for a little bit more value into something that does look quite well, I thought Voting Rights is one that presented nicely, as does Perfect Night.
So horses heading towards the start here for the Wakeful Stakes, which is the stepping stone for the Crown Oaks that you see on Thursday. And get a good feeling, it's been at the top of the betting for the Oaks since a dominant win in the Edward Manifold. Connections were sort of electing whether to go to the 1,000 guineas or step her up in trip. They stayed at the mile. Let's see how she can stay today. But Ben Hayes has got a number of runners in this race, including Ethereum Girl and also Perfect Night.
He certainly does, BZ. Ben, thanks for your time. Ethereum Girl. Oh, she was starting to melt in the yard. Are you concerned?
You never like seeing it. It's a big day.
7 is the second linear.
Every lap she got a little bit hotter, but I was glad when they...
Seven is the second linear. If it plays right, I mean, the odds are absolutely spot on. This is what we do, right? The linear, the second linear, the EW. So the odds are spot on this, but the catch is this and this. If that gets into picture, then we are at a loss of word. But I'm into this. What the fish? There's something not working with that particular site.
And it's been building up every single rating from there on. Interestingly, they put the winkers on last start. They won the maiden strong late. They go up another furlong to the 2000. They put the blinkers on. They replace the winkers with the blinkers. So that's interesting. Good sign of intent. It could be its grand final here, and I think it looks really good. It's the one of the favourites off its game. I think this is the horse of the challenger.
Further point to Strictly Business before we get your selections. She hasn't shown any positional speed as yet, and so there's a chance that they could be buried. If the leaders overcook it, they can slice through. Blowout chance, but from a map perspective, a little tricky. How did you see this?
It is Strictly Business is an interesting one because it's been sort of slow out, and it does go 1400 to 2000 off an 8-day break. It's a long way, but I think the favourite's clearly the horse to beat. If you didn't want to take the short price, I would say Fashionable is the horse that could back outside of that. It's currently second favourite at that 750 price.
Okay, so if I'm giving you a couple of hundred, are you whacking it straight on the favourite, or are you betting on that horse each one?
I'd have 100 on the favourite, I'd have 150 on the favourite, and I'd have 50 on the Quadella, or 50 on Fashionable. They're the two I'd love you on.
Okay, love it. We're not too far away. The $300,000 Group 2 Wakeful over 2,000 metres. First run in 1932 and won by a horse called Provia. It was named after a grand old mare called Wakeful, who was a star in the early part of last century. And I don't want to call it a semi-final, but a stepping stone perhaps. An amazing 39 fillies have completed the Wakeful VRC Oaks double. With Trish at the moment achieving that feat last year. Let's hope we see another emerging star here.
Ready to run 2,000 metres. And they're racing. An Ethereum Girl just about beat them out with voting rights. Get a good feelings nice and close. And also Freedom Flame is whipping up out wider in the red, white and blue. Fashionable got to about fourth. Ethereum Girl is next on the inside. They were followed by Prestige Schnitzel. Then came Strictly Business, who's a little fired up on the rails.
That's a bad idea.
At the back of the field, Chris Mira. 1,500 to go.
You see, what he is doing is he is raving that 3. You're not supposed to rave that 3. I hope it survives.
From Ethereum Girl.
That is what management does. He's raving that horse. He's not supposed to rave that horse. It's a low pressure horse. You cannot rave it.
Get a good feeling. 2 lengths voting rights. Fourth is Fashionable. 2 lengths Prestige Schnitzel outside of Ethereum Girl. They were followed by Perfect Night and then Strictly Business as Chris Mira drops back to a clear last length and a half away. Freedom Flame 1,000 metres out at a neutral speed leading out by a length. Get a good feeling.
Adaman, 4 and 1. Possible. They're raving. 2,000 meter. Why is he doing that?
Strictly Business, Chris Mira, as they approach the turn in the Wakeful. 700 metres to go. Freedom Flame has controlled the tempos now. Get a good feeling, if anything, is just getting a little bit closer. A half length away. Fashionable dug up 3/4 of a length away third. Voting Rights is next, and then Prestige Schnitzel. Ethereum Girl waited with from Perfect Night. Strictly Business. Chris Mira as they dash over the 400 metres. Freedom Flame by a neck. Get a good feeling the outside. Zara has not moved yet. 2 lengths Fashionable who battles on. Then Voting Rights getting into the clear. Prestige Schnitzel out wider. Get a good feeling.
1.
Down. 200 metres to go. Puts up 3 lengths. Strictly Business running on from Voting Rights. Fashionable. Get a good feeling with 50 metres to go.
1-5. 1-5-8-7.
From Strictly Business Voting Fashionable. Then Ethereum Girl, next to finish Perfect Night in company with Chris Mira, Prestige Schnitzel and Freedom Flame after leading.
Well, Danny O'Brien gets his second Wakeful Stakes victory after Miami bound in 2019, and you can't help...
1-5-8-7. Started raving that horse. You cannot rave it. That's what it is. The 1 went through as a linear. 1-5. 8. One 587. That was unnecessary. What this guy did. Luckily, I played separately. This was on a second horse pool. This was on a second horse pool. So that happened. We'll go to 5. They're showing Newcastle. I don't think anybody is playing Newcastle. We'll do the 5. 5. Five is a 1400 meter. 10, 13, 14 all scratched. 4, 6, 2, 3. So 3 is the linear, okay? But it is not in a great shape. 3 is the linear, but it is not in a great shape. Not that they are also doing great. The ones which are doing great is a 7-year-old, and then here it is a 5-year-old. But this is a mismatch. Both of them are mismatch. Why? Because this is a drift, cannot be on pressure. This is a drift, it should have fallen much more. At 12, that's not what we are looking at. So here, if we did not have a drift here, but if you look at this drift was 0. This is a good one. The 2 was a drift which was at 9, which is also good. This 6 was a drift which was at 4, was good. But the point is this: when it is a drift, it has to be a low pressure. So the 6 probably is the right. The 4. See, this one is not in a position to win. That's 42. The second one on pressure line is this one, which is here, the second linear. It doesn't have the physics to win. Plus, it is not doing great. That's coming from gate number 14. So the second linear is not great. This one has the physics, but it is like that. It is not moving great. The ones that are moving great doesn't have, is not great with their arrangements. That is not great. So that is 30, that is 42. Then it is this one. So ideally, this is the third one actually. This is the third one. If we look at, yes, that is the third one. This is the fourth. Okay. So that's the third one. This is not in a position. This one is doing very bad. This is a pinch of salt. Why? Because the body weight dropped drastically. And then this is the third body weight. Okay. So, yeah, the odds are right. The 6 is there. Now, where things can go wrong. So, that is okay. That is 3 at 92. Okay. At 92, that is 300. And that looks very impressive. But the problem is there is this 5-year-old mare which is also here. It is a dangerous horse and with a lot of advantage on that horse. There is one of the best jocks on this. So the 9 is a check. I don't know if the 9 will actually materialize. But that's the highest advantage. If they play it right, they have a place. They will get into the second position. They are from gate number 1. All right. That's gate number 4. It's all inner gates. It's not doing great. It is not doing great. But if the 2 is there as a 5-year-old gelding, which is there within the odds, the 9 is better. Through body weight, through advantage, even through rating. This is 81, this is 83. What is against it is the difficulty. So the 9 is a check, but 4 looks clean. Why? Because this is in a bad state. The second linear is in a bad state. This will not win. It doesn't have the physics. The 3, which is the horse, okay? This is like that. It is like that. And this one is a lot higher rated than this one. Both of them have the same difficulty. If we take out the difficulty, then also it stays much higher than this. The highest rated which are here is this 11, which is a 7-year-old, and this 12, which is a 5-year-old from gate number 3. Now, is it possible for the 5-year-old gelding to get in? Yes, it is possible. Because of the ratings, though it is a misfit, it is a misfit. It is a misfit. But what we are dealing with here is that is there. But what we're dealing here is a heavy one. So there's a strong chance that 9 might get there, but then again, it is difficult. It is not only difficult. It is something that I wouldn't go with this. It's difficult, but the 9 pretty much is there, right? There's a 4. 4 is under pressure, but it is not capped. Okay, that means it is quite capable of delivering this. The 7 is on advantage and comes on capping. The lower it is, the higher capping it is. The lower it is, the higher capping it is. The higher it is, the lower capping it is. That means it is relaxed, and this becomes difficult. So this becomes difficult for 14 anyways. The 3, which is the horse, which is here, is supposed to be here because of the pressure. The misfit is the 6 because it is on advantage, and then it is capped. That's not happening. The 6 is the low pressure. It is capped, but that is also a bad sign. It getting capped here at 3%. Cannot get capped at 3% or 4%. It has to be a lot heavier pressure to get capped. But if it is getting capped at 3%, then that's not a great sign. But it has the body weight, much better body weight than this one. So the 3 is good. The 4 is not capped, and it is in a good position. These are also not capped, but they are 7. So the 12 is a possibility. The 12 is a possibility because it is like that, you know. It is not capped. It is relaxed. It is relaxed with whatever is going on. So the 4 looks good. The 6 ideally should get in. Problem is 12 and 9. Problem is 12 and 9. How those things will play is something that we have to figure out. 6 is good with the odds. It is good. 3.5. This is higher, but it is also higher here. So the 4 looks good. And the 9 is a check. That 9 is a check. I don't know if it'll actually work, but I'm not going to go with all that. I'll just stay with the 4. Stay with the 4. Now the 4 is the favorite, but it's a 1400 meter and it doesn't have the physics to win. Four is the favorite, but it doesn't have the physics to win. So in that case, what will happen? It lacks here. It'll be very, very difficult. It doesn't have the physics. I don't know, 4 will be there in one of the other ways, but then what wins? The linear. The linear is in a very bad state. I'll be out. This one is not, it's not a clean shot. The Zoo Sensation is not a clean shot. Why? Because it doesn't have the physics. To win, you need the physics. If you do not have the physics, then it is difficult for you to win. You need both sides of the rails. All right? To win, you need to have, as a linear, as a pressure horse, you need that over 1400 meters and above, 1200 meters, 1400 meters, everywhere, unless you are on the straight. So that will not work. So here, the 5, that was at 1200 meter, it happened. Here, this one needed the physics. Without the physics, it is difficult. It doesn't have the physics on this side. It doesn't have. The 4 doesn't have the physics. Winning is difficult. This one doesn't have the physics. The physics is here on 12 and 3. 12 is what? Six is a neutral. In this condition, the 6 is a neutral. The neutral doesn't need the rails. Neutral can go without the rails. And that's the lowest pressure. I think 6. I think 6. I think 6. I don't know. I'm going to be out of this one. This is a little tricky one. This is a little tricky. This one, and honestly, I'm not doing great today for whatever reasons. I am not doing great. So this is the low pressure. It is okay, but it is on cap. Running neutral. Zahara is riding, which is one upside. This jock is also a little tricky for that, but the pressure is not huge, so it's okay. But the major problem is it doesn't have the physics. The major problem is it doesn't have the physics, so things can go wrong. 8. William, welcome back, William. Eight. That was 9 lucky number today. That 9, I mean, I think this one is going to go wild because somehow nothing that adds up. That 6 at I mean, so what's going wrong here is this, that if you look at number 4, okay, if we look at number 4, if we look at the capping, okay, so you see, if they are advantage and then they come under capping, like these two ladies, the result is 1587. All right, one is supposed to come under capping. But what happened here is these two ladies, they were coming under capping for what, with the advantage. That means they're a misfit. They're not able. They're not in the right frame. That's what it is. You cannot come under capping when you have advantage. If you come under capping when you have advantage, then it doesn't work. The 1 was the right order. Okay. The 3 with the advantage should have gotten through, but they raved it. That is the relaxation on this horse. Okay. That's very high advantage and relaxed. But they raved, so that did not work. What happened is here 1, 5, 8, and 7. 1, then the 5 got in because the 3 made a joke of itself, and the 5 had the opportunity to go through today because he made a mistake. Here it is the same thing, okay? If You know, like this is the lowest. So with that pressure, you cannot be the lowest. That means there's something not right. Here is the 3, which is supposed to be, because it is the linear. It is on pressure. The misfit is the 7. Why? Because it is an advantage and getting capped at the same time. That is also the problem with 6. That is also the problem with 6, because it is a low pressure and getting capped. So that's where 9 opens up, because this is on advantage. It is relaxed. But they are very bad. They are very bad, as in, like, this horse is not doing its great. I mean, the greatest here. The 5 is from gate number 13. As a 6-year-old gilding from gate number 13 is a bad idea. And then we have this, which is at 91. So that 2. So this is a pressure line. This is a pressure line, but it is relaxed. That means it is capable of getting through. The 4. There's a possibility the 9 might just get there. If the 8 and the 12 is good, but it's a misfit. This thing with that pressure is a misfit. But it's a 5-year-old gilding from gate number 3 is not getting capped, which is good. The ones which are getting capped, let's say the top 3 which are getting capped here, they are in bad state. I mean, apart from the 3 is supposed to be capped. It's a pressure line. This is not supposed to be capped. It is supposed to be somewhere up here, but it is down here. This is definitely bad. The 4, the only problem with the 4 is that it doesn't have the physics on this side. That's the problem with 4. So things can go wrong. Showing Eagle Farm. Let's watch Eagle Farm. How will it win? The 4.
Stakes, renamed recently after Damien Oliver and his 129 Group 1 wins. Let's head to Ben Way and to James Jordan, trackside at Flemington.
Thanks, Marto. You named after one of the best in the business, one of the best to ever be in the saddle, Damien Oliver. And nearly every record when you go through the races over the course of the Melbourne Cup Carnival and you're looking through the past winners, there's his name time and time again. So it's lovely to reflect upon his career here. We have had a track upgrade.
We have a tour group 3, which doesn't surprise. The grass is not that long for Flemington, probably just a tip play for the girls through the week. But the grass not overly long. There's a bit of moisture at the start of the day, but that's obviously evaporated in the sunshine, which is glorious.
The big story of the morning was King's Effort, Scratch, so our favourite, at around the $2.50 mark. This race has really changed complexion off the back of that.
It was simpler with him in the race. I'm sure things were going to suit. But there's also been two sensations in this race, so it's still a really competitive race, but it was probably the logical horse to beat.
Well, just on to sensations, so the majority of the money is there, but from the market side of things, the strong push seems to have come for Ensudo, which is the workable second best back runner in the race from double figures in.
And it's a really open race. I think it's a lot of winning chance. It's the sort of race as a punter. I'd be happy to take a bit of a lead. I really factor the market in. I think this sort of race where it is open, as opposed to other races. So Zudo certainly looks one that would be fine.
While we have a look at a few of them, how about we start? Charge horse 1 for the Bristol Stable.
Yeah, he looks awesome. Just make a bit of a boom on it. I think this is level. I think this is Group 2 level is probably what suits him. He was better last start, but he doesn't always settle back, which is a bit of a problem in any kind of race shape. But he'll need things to go his way. He's drawn 11, so I think they just go back from that gate. He'll be coming. He's certainly around the mark. I've got him at an extra chance.
Okay, then we have horse 2, Payline. So good to see Chris and Corey Munns bring one here. Derby Day, Craig Williams on board.
Well, I've come down here. He's at the whole track. He was racing allocation road last start. He was good again, and he's racing well. I think if we had got rain today, I think that would have really played to his strengths. He's got a fantastic record on a soft track. He's still in the race, but he's just one of the X-ray chances for mine. I wouldn't talk about the back end, put it that way, but look, he's going to need to find a half a length for a length.
Horse 4, Sensation. He was fantastic in the weekend.
I think it's 12.
He led a solid pace, held off the likes of King's Effort.
That 12 is good. That 12 is good. It's a little mismatch, but that 12 is good. Looking at the entire thing, I don't know. I mean, it's not worth it if there is a slightest doubt. If there's a slightest doubt on the system, it's probably not worth it. And I have. I mean, the foot doesn't have the physics.
But we want to focus on the 12 Ensudo, who are jumping Neil on drawn 3. That said, he did draw the same game at listed level last time. It proved to be absolutely poisonous. 3-back rail, it was a bit of a war time, and they didn't get out until late. I can't see that same problem happening here. Famous last words, but good luck to Robbie Griffiths. Jai looking to go a couple better after running through in the race with Step On last year. How would you play it?
Oh, it's not an easy race. As I said, this is looking at sort of generally at this point in the preview. I'll sort of look at my market, see what the market is with the town, but try and pick holes in it. Also, I think should be a bit shorter than maybe a good value. But looking at my market compared to this market, I've got it very, very similar. So as I said before, I'd probably be happy to factor in a little bit more of what the market's telling us. And the 12 in Pseudo, I've got in my numbers for second, but
7.
It would be one I'd be happy to recommend as an each way play. I do think the favourite Sue Sensation's got a great winning chance as well, but it's a sort of race where I can't really line through too many. I'm going to be very surprised if Mighty Resist comes in. I'll be very surprised if Curve Along wins. I'll be surprised if the 11 Still Lawrence can win. But outside of that, I think, given the probabilities and their relative prices, there's not too many other horses I'll talk about a bit with.
Okay, what can you tell me about this start position here at Flemington? Is there any nuance to it?
Not really. I mean, generally for the 14 to 16 or something, it is quite hard to lead. But that's
Johnny W7.
Emphasise when there's more wind around. Today, as you can feel, it's a magnificent day. There's hardly any wind around at all, so it shouldn't be too difficult. And I don't think it's a typical start where you say you can't be on pace, you can't be swooping. I think it's just a pretty genuine start. I would say that statistically over the journey, it is hard to lead though. around the circular factor.
Okay, Sue Sensation is 3 times better backed than the next best backed runner in the race. In fact, if you add up the holds on Morning Payline and in Pseudo, you wouldn't get what we're holding for Sue Sensation. So it has been a good go. It's certainly round double late. That's it. From an each way quote in Pseudo's skill, worst losing result from a tap perspective. You can see there, JJ is on at $3.40. 500 grand in prize money now, and as mentioned off the top of my mind, we're going to celebrate one of the best in the business. When you think of Damien Oliver, for me, there's only one memory he constantly has, but outside of the media buzz, is there anything that springs to mind?
I remember Dane Ripper when he won the Cross Slate, getting on the inside. I was a younger kid. Even his farewell in Perth, that was an amazing, I wouldn't say a race, it was an amazing hour and a half, really. It was great theatre, so but he's been a fantastic ride. You talk about these big races, I've won that 6 times, won that 5 times, so he's done it all.
So many of the winners of this race have gone on to do great things, but spare a thought for Oswald Boggs, a 5-time Group 1 place getter off the back of this. I hope that doesn't happen to any of these as we get to Matt. Being cleared, bit of movement in the middle. Sets, Gates crash, and they're racing. Squeezed out shortly after the start. Regal, Zeus, and No Speeds, and Lawrence Holy Man's Media World jumped well. With also Coerve a lot, and there's the favourite right up there in the firing line, Sue Sensation. Sue Sensation crosses with Media World the outside. Coerve a lot behind them. Mighty Ulysses
do that.
Payline in Stuto and Gaborni, Regal, Zeus. Further back is St. Lawrence to Party and Holy Man's at the tail of the field. So the field reached the 900 metres where the leader is Sue Sensation, but there's pressure coming from Mighty Ulysses out 3 wide, and Media World is stuck between them, and they're 2 lengths in front of Payline. Coervalon 5th on the rails. Next in the race is in Shuto. Then came Warney midfield. It's a little wide from Regal, Zeus, and Wellback, St. Lawrence, Holy Mans, and Stapati. They thunder around the corner. 550 metres to go. Sue Sensation in front, 3 quarters Media World. They were followed by Coervalon, who's tucked away behind the speed. Further back, Mighty Ulysses, Payline wider. Regal, Zeus is next, followed by Warney trying to wind up 4 or 5 off the front, but still coming on. And then came Stapati, Sue Sensation at the clock tower of the 200 metres, extended about a length and 3 quarters. Media World and Warney. Sue Sensation 100 to go. Warney wearing it down. Sue Sensation joined and headed by Warney. Warney wins it a half. Sue Sensation. Photo third, trusting at the line. It's Shudo and Stapati. Then Payline. Next to Lawrence Holy Max, Mighty Ulysses. Zeus and whoever on the end of the field.
6. 6.
Win with Warney storming over the top. $5 and $5.75. We've seen Warney's do great things here in Victoria.
6.
But they're the sort of less spoken about ones from those of the MCG. Warney was fantastic here over the 1400 today. How was that late strength? I thought Sue Sensation had it and probably the 200, but just as you thought a better line up, here comes Warney.
I just think that mid-race, there's probably 150, 200 metres there where the 3-1 line just put enough pressure on Mighty Ulysses. And just, he's a horse that can get keen and can overdo it. I think he was having a great picnic down front. Just the pressure applied to him, which maybe crossing that last 100 metres. But Warney, been a racing, they get the foot out there. And he was strong late. Obviously, front over the third, and Zudo was around the mark, I reckon, this is the party. But I touched on earlier, he was 3 for his first 5. Warney is now 3 from 16. So an overdue win, but he was good late.
Big moment for better racing there. Big moment for Kieran Martu, and he sounded like but he won the race with another wheel last year.
6, 4.
With Mark Zara this year.
6, 4, 12.
6 and 4, 12 across the line. Newcastle about 90 seconds away. Mark Zara getting his eye in.
Warney pays 5 and 175, but 45 and 210 for the miners to race number 5. One's up next.
We were wearing the same clothes.
Tyrus is the favourite. $3.90 into $3.60. Baybuck is $3.90 into $3.70. Just behind it. Beedman went up at $5.50 this morning. Late $4.80 out to $5. Joining them in single figures, Mike Gladiola. $11 into $9.50, but out from Ace late.
So yeah, the 6 with the low pressure went through. Why? Because this did not have the physics. It was running neutral. Six, 4, 12, which was here. The 11 was a 7-year-old, so that was also a misfit. This one is a misfit, okay? This one is a misfit. I would have liked it a little more if it had dropped below the 3. If it was at least below the 3 as a neutral, it had the chance today. This one, without the physics, it will not work. And I don't know whether the 9 got in. We'll check. It's a bad idea. That website has died. That website has died. We'll go to 6. One, 3, 10, 12. One, 3, 10, 12. 1, 3, 10, 12. So, what are we working with is a pace model. This is a pace model. Okay, everybody is under pressure. There's no advantage. Like these horses are not here. No EWs. So in this case, this one is the largest inner drift. All right. This is the largest inner drift. Now that's the favorite, which if you look at the odds, then it's 1, 3, 10. 3, they're talking about this one. 126, 140. 1. Oh, 10, 81, 82, 3, 3, 82. So generally what happens in this case is the linear and this is a queen. All right. Linear and this is a queen. Generally that happens. They have generally the linear is supposed to win. And this is the second one. But here it is the favorite. And because of the body weight and the rating and all that, that is 86. This one is 88, which is the third linear. This is a very good horse, which is 140. Now the second linear is here, which is 11. It has the physics, but this is again going to be that 1200 meters, and it's that one which is there. So the 269. This usually runs at 150 to 350, but the pressure is low on this horse. There's no jock, so we will not talk about that. Then we have this one, doesn't have the physics. 7 is on leverage. But it doesn't matter whether they have the physics or not because it's a 1200 meter. That's straight run. So if we look at the first 1200 meter, here the 5 won. It's still, I'm not sure how, but do we have another 1200? No, we do not have. The 23rd. This is the cold one. Supposed to be pressure. 9 pressure. 10 is pressure. 3 is also pressure. So the problem with the 10, okay, the problem with the 10 is this jock, Sheen, has never ridden this horse. That's a colt. And so I have a little bit of thing on this that I'm doing. So Sheen is not great with the colts. Sheen is not. Something in his personality is there that he is not great with colts. If you look at his stats on any of the websites, you will not find Sheen with the colts, and wherever he was with the colts, that did not end up nicely. So Sheen, for some reason, is not good with colts, and Sheen has never ridden this horse. So that's why 10, even if it is a very good horse, it lacks that thing to work. The 3 is with Zahara. So the 3 is good. The 3 is good. Okay. The 3 is good. It is the third one. Again, it is the third one. It has the physics. No, it is the fourth one actually. This is the first, second. 12 is the third. It is the fourth. 12 is from gate number 1, but it loses pressure. Pressure is on this horse, which is 3. All right. So the 3 is good. This is 290, 291, but there's a huge difference of pressure line. So 3 is good. 3 is good. 10 is a good horse. It's the linear. Ideally should win. But the problem is Sheen has never ridden this horse. And Sheen, when I checked in my data, Sheen is not great with colts. So that's the only downside of this. Otherwise, this is a brilliant horse, the 10. Ideally, it should be 10, and then the low pressure, which is going to be either 4, which is 5, or then it is this one, which is this. So there's a huge difference in these two horses. So the one is relaxed, so it'll get in. It doesn't have the physics again to win. And the thing is, in this particular field, the 1200 meter, they don't need the physics because it is going to be a flat run. Here you need, here you don't. But that's the lowest pressure. All right. And here, the other one that we played today at a 1200 meter, one of the low pressure actually went through this horse. How did that happen is something that I don't know, but probably will figure out. That's very bad. Yeah, 3 and 1. Here also, if you see what happened here, the linear actually went through. It was the result was right, but this winning is something that I don't know. Here, if we do the same maths, the 10 is the linear. It should not. Sheen is riding. Sheen has never ridden this horse. It's a colt, and Sheen is not great with colts. Sheen is good with geldings and mares that are 4-year, 5-year-old. If you look at his results, stats, whatever, he is good with that. He's not good with colts. Colts, Zahara is good. Zahara is fabulous with colts. So 3 definitely 1. 3-1 probably. What are the odds? 3-1. Yeah, so that makes sense. That makes sense. 3-1. 1 winning again. I don't know why should 1 win, because it's a low pressure. If the low pressure wins, then that's. But it has the body weight. Here, this thing did not have any of those, but still won. So it has the body weight. You don't need the physics. It has the rating. Good. But let's say play low pressure, then what happens? 12 will win. Shouldn't be. Zahara should get there. And this one. Ideally, that is the second horse pool in here, because you do not have any other advantages. Now, the other thing that can possess some problem is this one, which doesn't look like, but that gets in, I don't know, the 4. But 3 and 1 should work. 3 and 1 should work. The 10 is good. Okay. Here you see that this is all pressure line, so that should work. Here, they were, getting under pressure. The advantages were getting under pressure line. So that's not great. Here it is okay. Here it works. All of them are pressure. All of them are capped. That works. That is good. Now you have to be, this is good. But Sheen has never ridden this horse, and that's the downside. 3, Zahara is good with colts. Zahara has ridden this horse. He's kind of a dedicated jock on this, so that's good. 1 is the EW, which is anyway going to be there. Why? Because that's the largest inner drift. We don't have an outer drift. We have a neutral. Now that neutral wins when there is a confusing state like this. When the 4, this thing is like that, doesn't have the physics, then it is the lowest pressure with a neutral. It won. Here, again, that's a neutral with a low pressure, but now it has competition. Why? Because Zahara is on with a high pressure horse, which is a linear, and that is difficult. And this is the largest drift. The advantage is, however, here on this horse, the body weight doesn't support it. It has the advantage, but the body weight doesn't support. So I like the 3. I like the 1. Should work. Let's see.
Route 71 into $41. You're with Mogul Monarch, $7.50 out to $8. Has been close up his last 3 for Kim Moore.
Yes, yeah. No, he's just going to need a bit of luck from the gate.
Yeah, when there is a confusion, it is like that. It's a low pressure. I mean, there was nothing else.
Anyone still in the early quality, if you get this, you might be in the Bahamas next week.
Mario has been at the gate for quite some time. Thanks, Mano, as you cross. The latest Hero Stollenberger was Flemington. First up at the midweeker on Warwick Farm, over at 270, Brave 1 and into $2.90. Certainly going to appreciate the soft ground. He did a Brave 1. And was just jogging along in a trial last week at Rose Hill behind Fearsome. This has been at the gates since the acceptances came out. But it's into the gates now in Memorial. Been there for some time behind the barriers waiting for the others. Poker Jack goes up. And there's strong
Fish was 3 ran.
With the white cat. Moving. So Brave 1 resuming today. The winner of his last 2 prior to the break. And before that, Chase home Kirk Whalen on a heavy track at Rose Hill. He's an absolute muddler, Kirk Whalen. So Brave 1 with good credentials moves in. Zach Lloyd looking for his first official winner of the game. He was first past the post early, but lost it on protest. There's the light, ready to run. Race number 6. The betting suggests it's a 2-horse race and the gates open her up.
I was 3 in Rand. I just have the race number 8, Vishwa. Whenever that is happening, and it looks like it's going to 14.
Jack the astronomer, in Memorial, Brave 1 right up there. Confess our dreams out wide. I started back in the field from Mogul Monarch. And Balkans has last of the compact field. Poker Jack in front. The astronomer 3 wide goes to second from Hubert Brew. Confess our dreams for widest. They're followed by Memorial creeping up on the rail from Brave 1 Mogul Monarch. They're followed then by So Naive. McDonald shows the favourite, the persuaded turning for him by Stollenberg. It's not looking good for him. Up the running here, Poker Jack leads by lengths. Tracing in the astronomer from Hubert Brew, Confess our dreams in Can Memorial. Brave 1's ended battling by Stollenberg 6 lengths away. Poker Jack at the 150 lengths in front. Memorial chipping away the inside. Brave 1 getting in the mood late. But this is
These are like gigantic horses. That one was a giant. This one was a giant. The 6 was a giant. This is how we used to race at one point of time, looking at the war horses. 3 in Rand. Double 10. $1,600. Yeah, that is a good one. It looks like, but we should not raise that horse. I think that's one of the EWs. Run, baby. Well, you got the 10, but it is the third. You got the EW, but it's the third. It's a giant horse. It's a very big one. Brilliant, Vishwa. Brilliant. But that is brilliant, Bishwa. You actually identified that horse. That is brilliant. That is an EW. Huge one. That thing is a huge horse. So that's exactly what is here, okay? That is exactly what is here. It took us a long time to do this, but that's exactly is here. What the highest, the lowest numbers are the heaviest horses, okay? These are the heaviest horses. And then we have the linears, and the one actually got in. The 9 did not get there, but this thing got in. Six. No, so, yeah. So what happens basically, Bishwa? What happens basically is the the platforms like Tap Touch and Bet 365 and all of those softwares, they use the same mechanism as what we do, but this is more or less the back end of it. They have a very nice looking front end. So what happens basically is that people generally think it is the performance which is going to win, and that is where the odds go in. But what happens, you will figure out on these days, the whirlpool days, when the actual analysis that comes out. So that's when things go right. So here we won. Here we won. Why we won is because it did not have the physics. It cannot win. The 6 with the low pressure, it went through. Here, if you look at this stuff, it is a straight run. There's no physics in this race. Physics will not apply. And 1 is the favorite. So we'll see. And 3 is the right odd, because Zahara is very good with colts. Sheen is not. But Sheen has a better horse. But we'll see how it works. It should work 3 and 1. It should work 3 and 1. The odds are right. This is a low pressure. All right. This is not a 4-figure drift. It's a 3-figure drift. That's why the pressure is okay. The pressure is okay. The body weight is okay. It should be a big horse. All right. And then this is a linear, which is going to come from the back. This is supposed to do that stuff. And this is the front runner. Will run front. 4 also probably will run front. Three should win. 3 should win. I seriously think 3 should win. Why? Because if this is a pressure play, though, then again, I have very limited understanding of this particular track. So this 1200 meter straight. So I'm a little that, but this arrangement is right. The 3 and 1 arrangement is right. The odds are right.
It was good, and obviously went tracks early in his career, but he does draw perfectly. Blake Shin's a very good tactician. He's also a great rider. He'll do, if he thinks so needs to happen, he'll do it. So we want to fit him in the way he rides his horse, but it's not a great edge ratio, that's for sure.
You get the impression from trainers that when they have Blake Shin on, he may just throw pre-race instruction at all. But he's proven himself to be so good. We didn't quite touch on Sky Glider, but while we're having a look at horse 12, My Gladiola, we might as well discuss her. So she's a daughter of IBS from Jamie Mob, John McCarthy. Jamie has the 3 Group 1s alongside his name. 1100 last start behind McGaw. It's also a chance you think is a sneaky-ish check.
Yeah, well, first of all, My Gladiola, I think 1200 really tests her out. Now, I don't think it's inside gate, another first race.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's a cool strategy. What you may want to do is, cross check the same with another platform. They both have something called they all have their back ends like we do, but cross checking with another platform always is a great idea.
Sydney, and he's shown so much promise. What we're seeing here today.
John EW2.
I think when you're trying to find these horses that are stepping up from the lower grade race into grand finals or better races, the first thing that changes is the level of pressure in those races. So if you're coming out of a lower grade race, but you've got a high pressure race, you're able to sort of absorb that tempo. It is a good sign going forward. And look, this horse, it's an unusual preparation, I suppose. I'm not sure if this was always the plan, but 7 days between runs from a first up run going into this group one. But
like I said, this particular track, if you look back and go 6 months back, 7 months back, you will not find the same arrangement. You will not find these people at Randwick and Flemington. They work very smartly. There's no reference for the last 6 months. You cannot look at a race which was the same, which had the same upsides and constitution. It is not there in last 6 months. There's not a single race at Flemington which was a 1200 or a 1100 meter with mixed sex, 3-year-old fillies, colts, and geldings. It was not there.
This race really developed into one of the marquee three-year-old races in the world. Group 1 since 2006.
It's not there. You need at least 3 races of the same kind to validate what works and what doesn't. You need at least 3. And if they put in one race after every 6 months, then they purposefully make it that like that, because why would they want you and I to be able to analyze what are the right possibilities? They wouldn't want that.
For essentially 3 decades, he's been dominating this race in one way, shape, or another. Chris Weller's also had his mitts all over the race. He's 6 of the past 12 and has 5
With I'm going 1 win.
He's one of the 2 other things, which is fair enough.
1-3 is probably the right odd. Whether one will win with a low pressure, it happened in the previous race. The low pressure actually won.
Big ones, the Coolmore. As Magor, just a little bit hesitant, about to take the outside alley. Favourite 10 Tyrus, Mark Zara with the white hat here.
Okay, favourite is right now 3.
Ready for the Coolmore. And they're racing. Jumping fairly, 10 Tyrus goes back towards the end. Legacy Bound jump quickly with Skyflyer. Skyhook isn't far away on the inside, and Beedman forcing forward. McGaw out wide, virtually on its own. He is leading up there as well. So after 250, Beedman led Skyglider and McGaw wider. Legacy Bound and also Bay Vark as McGaw is all on its own up the outside. Beedman led the division on the flat side by a length. Legacy Bound, Skyglider and also Bay Vark. Lower followed next by Raging Force, behind them Hidden Motive and also Jimmy Ricard. Towards the back, My Gladiola with also 10 Tyrus and Tycoon Star. Onto the course proper in the Coolmore, 500 to go. Beedman just in front of Bay Vark, who's called upon nice and early. Legacy Bounders next, followed by Skyhook, Jimmy Ricard, Tycoon Star the outside. 10 Tyrus is starting to weave through. 200 to go across the track. 10 Tyrus explodes through for Zara. Took the front.
3.
By Gladiola.
3, 12, 9, 3, 12, 9.
Followed by Bayvang. Skyhook is next, then Tycoon Star, Skyglider, Raging Force. Further back, Jimmy Ricard. McGaw well back with also Beedman and also back with those horses.
3, 12, 9.
High up in the irons, Mark Zara celebrates a win in the Coolmore with 10 Tyrus. A beautiful steer. You could see those up on speed, but puncturing 150 out. 10 Tyrus was able to slide through. Gladiolas run up on the Legacy Bounders run well. You knew Bayvang was in trouble a long way out, but it is good elephant. Different horse. 10 Tyrus.
3, 12.
Didn't miss him, but gee, he just chases, doesn't he? He's a proper racehorse.
3, 12, 9.
That was super impressive. He was really running away.
Zahara is very good with colts. That's the thing.
He was 10 Tyrus and then the rest. Absolutely. Well done to you as well, mate. And for Mark Zara, 38 Group 1s alongside his name. He won this race back in 2017 with Merchant Navy. So he picks up his second Coolmore. For Anthony and Sam Friedman, they won 7 Group 1s in combination. Make that 8, and they have an emerging superstar.
So what happened? The 3 went through with the pressure line. 3, 12 and 9. 3, 12 and 9. Which was the other one? That is also pressure. It played pure pressure line. So 12. The 1 did not get there. And why it did not get there? Why it did not get there? Because it just was not the day for any of the advantages. That's also something that is that is also something which is fact. Why fact is so what was this race? This race was all pressure play. All right, the pressure is huge, out of which Zahara is good with this thing. The colts he went through, and then the rest. But what happened is it just did not go to the advantage side. This I understand. But this, I do not understand what happened here. This, I do not understand what happened here. This, I understand. This is good. This is how it should have. I mean, this is how it is. The one should have gotten in, but it didn't. It didn't. So that's the thing. Anyway, we'll go to the next. It's a 2,500 meter. Seven. 17, 18, 19, 20 all scratched. 1653. So this is again going to be a slow-paced stuff. So this is the linear. The 14 is the linear, which is down here. It has the physics, but it is in a very bad state. So it is down here. That's the linear. This is the second linear, 1, which is up here. All right. It is the second linear. Again, we are back to that same situation where we have to believe the ratings. Now, that's the highest rated. 1 is the highest rated. Okay. That's where it is. Now, so it'll drop. The advantages will get into picture because this is a 2,500 meter. And there are plenty of them. So starting with this one, which is gate number 2 at 40. That probably is 50. Okay. We don't know who they are. Then it is here, which is a drop-in class, which is a 47%, which is here. Then it is 38, which is here. They have taken negative 38. This is also one of the highest rated. All right. This is also one of the highest rated. So the advantage is they're bleeding. They're at 50. This is at 59. They're from gate number 12. Drop in class. This is not. But they're a 50. 6 gets a jock. Now, what are the possibilities that will happen here? 1 probably wins because this one is not in a position to win. So that will go here, 69, plus this is drops in pressure. All right, this drops in pressure. There's a build up on this. So there's something not right. So the 14 is out. This is the second linear, which is up here. That is that. The the 5, it cannot win, all right? It doesn't have the physics to win this. The 7, the 3 is from gate number 17. That pressure is not adequate. That is not adequate. Winning from gate number 17 is not possible with that pressure. 1 is from gate number 4 with a pressure line, which is good. They have 6 in the next position, which also looks good. Because that is an advantage. This is from gate number 1. But their management is bad. So that they will try to ruin this. They will do that. The question is this one, which is a 50. 50. They're all the same. This is the highest advantage on this. This is the highest advantage. 2. But it lacks body weight. The body weight is here with the advantage. The rating is also there. I think the odds are right. See, they have spent a lot of time in this. And this thing is good. The dicey position is 3, which is from gate number 17. With that pressure, it will not work. So if we have to look for another pressure line from the inner gates, that would be what? 16. They have taken the 7, which is 88. That's the other pressure line. This 7 is the largest drift inner, but it doesn't lose pressure. So that is a bad fit. That's a bad fit. 5 is what they have taken. That's 16 is bad because it is getting into the pressure line. 6 is also getting into the pressure line. 1's clean. 1 is clean. So 6 they have, but it is also getting into the pressure line. With advantage, you cannot have pressure. Those are that defeats the purpose. That defeats the entire purpose. So if you have pressure and you are capped, that is good. But if you have advantage and then you get capped, that means you are a moron. So that's where the 6 is getting into. The 1 is supposed to be on pressure. So the 1 is on pressure. Then what happens? Dicey. they are good. This is bad. This is bad. This is 141, 135, 5. This is 141, this is 135, this is 135, but pressure. Gate number 17. This is. It is difficult. There are plenty of horses. Things can go wrong. I was thinking about the 6 to be the right odd. I was thinking that the 6 is to be the right odd for the advantage, but it looks difficult because this thing cannot go hand in hand. If you have the advantage at the same time you're getting capped, it is like you're having cakes and you're getting sick. You cannot have cakes and get sick. If you have cakes, then you have to be fit here, up. To get sick, you need to have pressure. So this is a bad fit. The 6 is a bad fit. The 6 is a bad fit. That is a bad fit. And this is happening because of, it is getting the negative leverage. It is dropping in class. That's why it is dropping. So that's that. So I don't know whether 6 will get in, but yes, the 9 is the other one, which I kind of figure out that the 9 is there. The 16. Where is the 16 standing? The 16 is up here. So see, the 16 is up here. The 16, but sorry, this is bad. Sorry, the 16 is down here. It is also the oxymoron. It will not work. 1 is good. Then something else from the pressure line, but something else from the pressure line will work, but it is dicey to feel which one will work. Is it 14? Because 14 has the bend pressure on this. This is the second linear. They kind of are more or less from the same position, but this is the problem. This is not actually doing a great thing, and then the rest are going very wide. This is 17, 16, 9. So either that will happen, or it will go to another advantage. Either that will happen, or it will go to another advantage, or it'll down here we have these ones which are supposed to be the 7, which is there within the odds. Yeah, so these are possible. So this is 7. This is a pressure line. A lot of advantage. So that is good. 6 is bad. 5 is good. 6 is bad. 1 is good. 1 is good, but both pressure lines will not come in. So that's where one of the advantages will get in. Now, they will also have to be coming from a reasonable place, a reasonable gate. These are very wide, and the advantage is not that much that they can actually pull through. The 13 is the highest from gate number 2, but it is a 50. Then it is 55, which is here. Either of those two. But it is complicated. It is very complicated how things will end up. The 6 looks dicey. The 6 looks dicey. Even if it is there within the odds, it is there because of the rating, but it drops when it gets capped. When it gets capped, it cannot get capped with an advantage. It had to be up here. It is down here. That's the problem. So that's a bad thing. So 1 is the clear shot. I think. What can go wrong? The jockey is a dedicated jockey. It should not be a problem. The leverage is good. The other highest leverage is here, which is from gate number 7. Probably that is there. And one of the advantages will work. But which one will work is... These are advantages. These are all here. So that's that. 7 is not advantage. These are all here. This is pressure. This is pressure. This is all okay. Then it is here. 2 from gate number 15. That is not good. 19 is not good. 13 is 19. Not good. It's between 13 and this thing. The 9. 13 and 9. 9 is better. Advantage is more with 13. 50, 55. 372. 3 is... These two are checks. We'll see how that works. 13 and 9. 1. And then it drops here. Then pressure line will work on either of these two. So 4, that is 10, 803 if it is pressure. They can't win, but will get into a place. They can't win. So the 5 is like that. The 5 has a jockey which is a misfit. The jockey is better on 10. 179, 174. Torque, but this is a bad one. This is extremely bad. This is 43. This is extremely bad. 49. Maybe the pressure line will work here. This is the largest drift. It should have dropped. It did not drop. So that stays pressure. Here it is 88, which is supposed to be. This is the third linear. So that is the second. 14 is 40. This is 49. You don't need a jog because you're not going to win. 1 is okay, 69. One of these two is there, the 13 or the 9. One of these two. Or this is another drift. This is a 50, 55 from gate number 8. This is this loses body weight. This is good, but it is like that. 51 drift, 12, 4. 8, 7, 4, 8, 7. Well, they're kind of morons of the highest orders, but we are not expecting them to win. 4, 10. This is, and this 1600. This is 6, 12, 1600. This is good. This is bad. 4, 8, 7, 12, 53. There's a jog. There's a dedicated jog on this. This is still less from gate number 5, but has a body. 4. I don't know. All of them, those things are possible, but I mean, those are very wild. The 39-4, all of them checks. The 6 looks difficult because it is advantage plus getting capped. Bad idea. 1 is clean. Rest everything is cloudy. Rest everything is cloudy. One, 6, 4, and 3. 1, 6, 4, and 3. 1, 6, 4, and 3. 1, 6, 4, and 3. The 6 has a lot of advantage, Adoman, but at the same time, getting capped is bad. Getting capped is bad. I could not find another one from the pressure line. I could not find. It'll take a long time. I could not find another one, but I think this one is. Everything is for 1. Rest everybody is just there. I mean, I like the 3, but the 3 is from gate number 17. The 3 is from gate number 17. How will that work? Of course, that's the day, Adaman. The Melbourne Cup. That's the day we've been waiting for last 12 months. But I'm waiting for the final scratchings that they will do. And probably Yeah, but last year that super was, at least we have a little bit of idea how those, because if you've watched the Australian Cup, the other cup, which is more or less the same distance, I think, one was 3,500 or 2,500 meter. There were two other cups. One was definitely Australian Cup that we did. And, they all play more or less the same strategy. Those distances, they play more or less the same strategy. We'll have a much clearer picture once, they've done the last scratchings and the final field is ready, yet they don't have it. So once that is ready, we'll have a clear picture. But Super is, 3,500 meter, we'll see.
Three-year-olds at 2,500 metres, very old race, first contested in 1855. Here's Ben and James.
Thank you very much, and you can't help but feel that Mark Zahra is on a heater here today, and there's every chance it's about to continue. He has the hot favourite. It hasn't been a race conducive to favourites over the past 20 years. The average win price $15.36 across those 20, including one at 100 to 1, a few in the 20s. But yeah, favourites maybe not having the record most would suspect. Get a good feeling. Warning, Tentress. He's got Observer in this. He's got Michael Lucy in the next. This could be a monster.
I know someone was on a reef for the cup this Thursday. I was at the Oaks. He's having a good week. He's having a really good week. But look, it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. We'll take it to the right because he's going to have to make a decision. He's drawn a good game, which is a good head start, drawn 4, short run to the first turn. But he'll have to make decisions whether he leads or he takes cover.
About that short run to the first turn. Barriers don't necessarily play huge parts in a lot of front features because there's so much race pace, but in the dark, it's all important.
And they're also on trial of the trip, if you like. So you don't really know, this just wants 3,000 metres and I can afford to be aggressive. You don't know that. So you're drawn wide, you either charge your arm and you roll forward and you risk cutting your own road in the way, or you go back and you end up 20 lengths off the money.
You have the favorite as EW, Arrowman.
You want to give away without thinking about it. So it is really crucial, not just the barrier, but the first 150 metres of the race.
Okay, well, let's have a look at a few of these runner by runner and observers where we're going to start. So, no one missed it. The margin could have been 4 lengths. Conservatively, you made it
1.75 by added to his, I think it was already half a length or something.
You added 1.4. Okay, so Mark's on board, $2.10. The money is there. In terms of weight of money, it's significant. So this is now the best backed runner today, and there's 3.5 times more than the next best backed. We're not talking 50% or anything, but around the 40 mark.
What I liked about the win last start was that he did do a little bit of work early, but it also allowed him to switch him off through the middle stage of the race. So the overall speed was actually quite slow. He did a little bit of work early, but the horse was able to come back underneath Mark Zahra, which is really important when you're trying to work out whether this horse should run 2,500. The thing that brings him unstuck is the tempo is too strong and he gets sort of drawn along with it.
So Nick Ryan, he had Red Aces run 6 in the Derby last year and was favoured right up really until the week of. And teams up with Jamie Mott here. I couldn't believe that Nick hasn't been able to break through for a Group 1 as yet. And there were so many close shaves when it came to his riding career, and then so many as a trainer as well. He deserves a Group 1. Could it come with Michael?
He'll get one for sure. Whether it's today, we'll find out. But I would say it's probably one of the two horses that comes into this race with a weight drop. He's been carrying penalties, so that's the positive. But Game 13 horse rolls for that's the sticky point for me.
Okay, we had a quick look at options. We'll touch on Tony and Calvin McAvoy's runner a little bit later, but on the horse 6, which is Providence, who was the slashing second. Now, was the slashing second due to Mark Zahra easing up on the eventual winner, or was it actually
when you rank the whole meeting, he actually ran for the distance it ran over. It was the best last 6 4 and 2. So there was merit to it. I know it looks better maybe with Observer coming back to by restraint, but it hit the line hard nonetheless. It's got a really good chance. It's a perfect lead-up run for this on the 7-day back up.
Okay, Seamus, and quite often you see it when you come to derbies, had a country run, a provincial run, a city run at Warwick Farm, went to the Valley, ran third in the Vars, and ran on really well, an emerging star.
I think the Derby's one race really too. You marked it early. You were saying sort of late too, right? You think this is a horse we could get to the Derby, so everything counts to the point towards it. His one last start was good. He probably had to find 2 lengths, but the closing splits were good there. Even the start before that was just full field of Warwick Farm, but closing splits were again very good.
Were you surprised to hear the change of tactics with Engine of War? So Tony Berry on board, who's already had a couple of winners today. You draw 9, Bryson Kent Jr. making the call to go back.
I am, purely because they're putting blinkers on. When you see there's blinkers on a horse, I mean, yes, they can miss the start a little bit, but you think that's a sign of intent going forward. The horses generally race more keenly. So blinkers on wanting to go back. I wasn't on my bingo card, but we'll see how it fares.
Okay, so how are you going to play it as we rip into the Victoria Derby for another year?
Look, I think Observer, he's around that 2.15. I'd probably want $2.30 to back him.
Well, you're not going to get that on the toe.
No, you're not going to get on the toe. So fixed odds is going to be your friend. There. But he's got a fantastic chance. He may just elect to ride him with some colour, which he's done before against the older horses first up his prep, and he went well. So I wouldn't talk about him. He's about the right price. I just want a slightly another roll or two on the board. I think the value in this race is a couple of roughies. I think Savvy Santa's got a chance at about that $23 quote. One at $81 or 15 Woody. I would sooner place on the Woody at 80s rather than back anything else that's short. So, good race. We'll talk about an Observer. I thought Providence was the pick of the yard, got a great chance. The 2 outside of him at prices, Savvy Santa and McWoody. The 15 is the roughie I like the most.
Okay, having a look at the trend, there's only one losing result from Tamsin, and you don't need any second guesses to know who that is with Observer. Best backed runner across the card up until this point. $2.40 was bet first thing today. Does that count as a roll? $2.15 to $2.20. You've got an extra 5 cents there. So the traders are hearing you. And you know what? Price you want $2.30?
I'd want to. I was going to mark $2.30. I want $2.35. So if they're listening,
you might be getting a roll.
That'd be nice.
Well, I'm having a look at the liability, and I don't like your chances, to be honest. But hey, guys, if you're listening, that'd be lovely. It's such a good race. It is each year. It's our opinion on the races maybe changed over the years. It used to be a bit of a stallion-making race. These days, they're less attractive. The staying stallions, and we've seen more often than not the Derby winners have actually been gelded off the back of their successes.
They're hard to place and start. And one thing I will say is the distance races as a whole in this country are largely dominated by the European horses. We see the horses in training sale. All the major trainers are over there buying these European bred horses to come over here, and they like to contest our featured staying races. So there's a gap in the market for these 3-year-olds that really the focus is not on breeding them. So we do get to the classic races, and you often see Oaks winners and Derby winners that don't really go on with it against the older horses. 20 years ago, it used to be the Derby winner would often back up in the Melbourne Cup and run well. With no disrespect, the last 10 years, if you took the Derby winner around in the Melbourne Cup, it would get lapped. So it's definitely changed a little bit, but it's a good race nonetheless. And Observer is as good as we've got as far as 3-year-old stays are concerned. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do. The market support continues from Providence, so it's really well backed.
Yeah, and the other horses are in history, so there's not a big trade of money with 10 fixed odds, but that price is held around the $10, having bet $18 and $12 pretty much of the week. So clearly a trader's probably that going. But Observer organised Mark Zara looking to claim his first BRC Derby, and Fakira Ma, a much sought after second. First was back in 2021 with the Thompson partnership with Dave Eustace. And if you want to race with history, as Marlo mentioned, 1855, this was first run and won by Rosa May.
40. Yeah, that's the linear.
It is quite the list. One of these about 14 fillies have won the Derby, but not one since 1923, and that streak will continue.
11.
Love to see it coming this year. They've won across 4 generations, so as someone else's turn today, the most successful lead-ups to the Derby in recent years, the Moody Valley Vars provided 6 winners in a row from 2002. The Norman Robertson Stakes, the Spring Champion Stakes in Sydney, and the Geelong Classic, they provide more than most. Imagine if a maiden like Providence
and the other thing is,
Johnny Giddings
This is 2,500 meters.
I'm not going to do that. How many options did you go in this leg of the quaddy?
I've got 2 quaddies. I've got one observer and then I've gone quite wide. So I've got a foot in each camp. And I'm sure he'll run well because I'm sure Mark Zara will give him the ride he needs.
We, like everyone else in the country, survived the first leg with 10 timers. So let's hope we see something here.
2,500 meters, 2,200 meters. These are with mares, the 5-year-old mares, but we don't have a 5-year. This is all 3-year-old geldings.
The 2025 Victoria Derby Samuel. The Harman Victoria Derby. As Matsuda is brought forward and the field is set.
Let's go one, baby. Let's see. Bring it home.
And they're racing in the derby. Miwa jumped away, only fairly. Observer out well with Savvy Sander. As Hazel out quickly and High Vol from the deep is also coming over. So at the winning post with a lap to go, the favourite's going to lead Observer with High Vol hunting across as Hazel kept it wide. Savvy Sander behind them from options. Then Arcora wide. And next goes Seamus, who's between horses. Deal done fast on the rails as they leave the straight from Engine of War 3 deep. One step closer on the fence. Then Matsuda Providence between horses.
Okay.
Yamazaki well back. Then came Miwa McWoody and Last Autumn Mystery to the riverside. And the leader is Observer, striding out by 2 lengths. High Vol and Savvy Sander third as they approach the 1,800 metres. 2 further back is Azazel. 4th outside of options. A length and a half. Arcora deal done.
Vishwa, your 14 is pretty much doing the thing. The linear is there.
3 wide as they continue their journey past the mile. Further back is Amazaki on the inside of horses. And then came well back in the field by Providence. And then came Amazaki, Matsuda. Well back in the field, Miwa, McWoody and Autumn Mystery. To the top of the course at the 1,400 metres. And Mark Zara is going to try and take luck completely out of the equation and lead all of the way in the derby. It's Observer by about a length and 3/4 and slowed it up at Chiquita Lodge from High Vol. Savvy Sander third and 4th is Azazel. A length options and then came Arcora, no speed on. Deal done fastest next and then came O'Shamus. Around it 3 wide. Engine of War is progressing. A length 1 step closer Providence. Matsuda around those horses. A length and a quarter Hamazaki. Then McWoody Miwa 2 lengths Autumn Mystery with a lot to do. So Observer led the derby at the 900 metres. 3/4 of a length in front and has had a cheap run from High Vol. Azazel now hooks out 3 wide. A length off the lead. Savvy Sander behind those. They were followed by Options and Arcora. Engine of War's always been wide. It's 4 deep now. Matsuda 5 deep trying to loop them. Next in the field, O'Shamus as they start to sprint it up around the corner. Deal done fastest next and they were followed by 1 step closer. Amazaki.
Don't lose it. Don't lose it.
Control the tempo. 400 metres to go. Zara sitting pretty, led by 2 lengths to Savvy Sander. Arcora runs on, Deal done fast, and then whacking away 1 step closer. Now he calls for Observer at the clock tower. How much left in the 200 metres? A length and a half. Arcora, Deal done fast.
1, 8, 1, 8, 1, 8. Brilliant, baby. 1, 8.
Behind the most Seamus Options, Engine of War, High Vol, Amazaki, McWoody, Matsuda, and at the turn of the field is Hazel. I remember that time we said Mark Zara had never won a derby. Well, as it turns out, he has now. $2.15 and $1.30. He has won 4 races in succession, including back-to-back.
Zara is very good with colts. He's very good with colts.
We're just about set to go. Red lights turned on, 900 metres.
Anyway.
And they're away. No statement out wide, away well with abuse of power. Cairns Girl is burrowing up.
So we don't have all the numbers, but what happened is basically that 8 got in, which was an advantage. And if we look through this, the 8 was this one. We thought all of that, but they did not do anything. The 8 got through. So they were not in a position today. they were not in a position. You cannot have advantage at the same time. You cannot have capping. What this means basically is that when a horse has advantage, that advantage has to be practically an advantage. It cannot be a pressure. If it becomes a pressure, then it becomes a problem. I mean, let's say I have cotton in my backpack. I have cotton in my backpack, which is very light, okay? But because of the weight of that cotton, I am getting pressurized. Is that good? No, because that is lightweight, but I'm getting pressurized. That means I am weak. So that is the weakness here. That advantage will not work. What will work is somebody who's not getting weakened by the advantage. If advantage becomes weakness, that'll not work. So the one was the pressure line, which was okay, good. And then the 6, those were bad ideas. Those were not going to work. So 1 was okay. And then I seriously couldn't find another one. I mean, we went through all that, but they did not work. Which worked was 8, which was here as a neutral. So that's the reason of putting so many horses, so that you miss out on something or the else. 11 and what? Maybe 10, maybe 7 is the third one. We'll figure out. So it's race number 7. Still haven't updated the numbers. I don't know. They still haven't updated the numbers. We'll go to the next 8. And this is an exhibition race. 8. 16210. This is Pride of Jenny, Fangirl, and all that. Let's do this. Okay. So 1600 meter. 1600 meter. These two are the oldest one is a fangirl, number two is fangirl, number one is pride of Jenny. So 1600 meter, first problem with one is it doesn't have the rails. It doesn't have the physics with it. So that's the problem. That's the first problem. The second problem is obviously it is getting older. It is 8-year-old. Now, if we have to understand the race, then what exactly are we dealing with? We are dealing with a 1600 meter exhibition race. Now, a 1600 meter is supposed to drop as in it will drop pressure, then low pressure, then again high pressure. That's how it should work. So what are the possibilities if we look for the lowest pressures? All right, so we get this one, which is in a very bad state. This is probably kept for a company. It is just there. It's in a very bad state. That's the EW. All right, that's the only thing which is there. Rest, none of. If we look at how this is, then that's the only EW that we have, which comes after the linear. That's the only EW that we have. And the other one, which is here, is the largest drift up here, which is 5. Okay, both of them are in a very bad position. And for a four-figure drift, this pressure had to drop, which it did not drop. It is at 29, so that's a misfit. Now, the drop is this. So probably it doesn't have the physics, it will get a place. And the pressure should win. And then it will go to another pressure. Whether Fangirl wins or this 4-year-old mare, which is the second linear, wins, this is done in a way so that, everybody stays confused. 6 has the physics, everything is right. 4-year-old mare versus an 8-year-old mare, and that's how it looks like. Plus, it is coming from gate number 7. So it's like that. Then this one will work. So the odds are right. Now it's just that how that thing is going to work. The problem with this thing is it is an 8-year-old pride of Jenny. Beautiful horse. There's nothing against the horse. It has done whatever she had to do in her own time, but she's not getting younger. She's a fantastic horse. Superb body weight, superb rating, everything is superb. But today, unfortunately, it doesn't have the physics on a 1600 meter. So that probably is a problem. Now, if we look through, that is supposed to be like that. All that is right. It is here. That is also right. So they are in bad state. Then it is here, which is the highest rated at 12. This is the lowest because of the pressure. That is good. That is how it is supposed to be. So that's it should work as a queen. One winning is a difficult proposition. But then again, this horse, I'm saying it doesn't have the physics. Okay, I'm saying it doesn't have the physics, and that's a problem. But it's a problem with who? It's a problem with 99% of the horses. It is a problem. If you do not have the physics, you cannot win. 99% of the horses, that's the problem. But there's still 1% of the horses, like wings. I have a few races of wings where wings defeated the physics. This is a physics. This you need 99% of the time. You need this here to be green. If it is not green, you cannot win. That is 99% of the time. But there's only 1% of the horses. Like I have a few races of wings that I had done because I had to figure out where it works and where it doesn't. So when that came up, wings, in some occasions, wings did not have the physics and wings defeated the physics. So did Secretariat. But is Pride of Jenny of the same stature? Is a question that will be answered if that is that. But 99% of the time, it will not happen. If you don't have the physics, you cannot win. We'll see how it works. One, 8, 16, 13. 1, 8, 16, and 13. That was the result. So we'll take a look at the horses once again. Was 7. 1, 8. Then it came to 16. And then it went to 13, which is this one. So the 13 got in, but it just did not get there in the second position. 1, 8, 16. That was bad. It had the advantage. It tried very hard. But the 8 got into the second position. So all the advantages actually worked. None of these pressure horses, they got through. None of these horses, they were very far. All that is far. The one was the reasonable. The 14 was in a bad state. That is 40. How will it work? The good ones were very wide. So everything within the range, the advantages, they worked. Here we'll see how it works. I like the 6 and the 1 to be there together. But 1 is the favorite, which is an 8-year-old mare. 5, 6, 14. 5 is what? 5 is 5, 6. Yeah, that happens. But for that, the 5 had to drop the pressure. Anyway, you like that. 5, 6. 1 is definitely difficult. 1 is definitely difficult. Where did you find a 14? John? Where is a 14? There's no 14. It ends at 11. Okay, they're showing Ranwick, race 8. 14 is, I like. 14 I like. This is the only race that I've had, and the 14 looks like 157 drops here. 14. That's the linear. 1500 meter has the physics, everything. The 14. Is that the, if that's the favorite, that's the one.
I didn't think the flowers would get to that. Yes, the wet track might be a concern, but the form over there is 350. He can make up a position from the low floor. He's going to run his pressure, and if he handles the track, look out. We saw what Oban Burumai did as I said earlier. He's by all reports, he's a better horse, and some international judges expect him to go awfully close.
Group 1 Rupert Clark 2 starts back.
It's a huge horse, this one.
That's right, he's going back in market $14, and he comes at that same race, Transatlantic, and evaporate last time. It's in that form of Frank, and love the way he hit that red line in this terrific class like that. This might be a little bit beyond him, but
14, 3, 12, 1. 14, 3, 1 is within the rails. 12 is there.
And they are starting to load them up for the 7th running as a $2 million Golden Eagle. Now, at Renwick, let's get back and Panger Tower. Georgia Pan at $8. So please support for Panger Tower. Seagulls evaporate the yellow and linebacker the white cap. Here's the Japanese horse. Racehorse Panger Tower, a stallion by Tower Bonded.
There's something between 14 and 1. Between 3 and 12. 3 and 12. 12, the jock never raced here. 3 is not the lowest pressure. 2 is a check. 2 or 13.
On the outside barrier is the last to go forward. The big moment has arrived, and the 4-year-olds are ready to run. The Golden Eagle at 2025. Data about to hit the button. Does so, racing. Perfumers jump beautifully off the inside. Crystal clear away well, together with fully lit the outside. Line backers right there, taking up a nice position. Seagulls 11 on the rails. They're followed, pushing through to Seapoles right up on top of the action. So Perfumers leads out to the first 200. From Crystal clear second, Seapoles gets to third. Seagulls 11.
13. Yeah, 13 is the front runner. It is the low pressure. The 13. The 13 or 15. 15 is
Seagulls 11 being rushed along
come on. Shit.
Seapoles trying to go with her. 2 from the back will evaporate running on.
14. 14. 4-1. 14-4-1. 14-4-1. It played all pressure.
And adds the Golden Eagle to the Group 1 Epsom she won last time out. And James McDonald's son.
It played all pressure. 14 is impeccable. The 14 was up here. Okay. Then they had the 3 and the 1 and all that. They were also here. So 1 was the second linear. Okay. 1 was the second linear. 14-1. What came in between is 14-4-1, I think. 4, which is this one. 14-4. They all played pressure. There's nothing. In fact, I thought maybe the 13, which was a low pressure here, or the 2 will get in, which was here. There's a 6 here also, but it had to drop. It was not drop. 24, 22 is still okay. But nothing like that happened. It all went to pressure. 14 went through 157. That is genius, that horse. Fourteen 1 4 3. There's this another horse, I think, some name with Dubai something, which is also good. That recently, one of the races in last maybe few months ago, that horse was also very good. Something to do with Dubai Gold, Dubai something. Um, I don't remember the name, but that is also a very good horse. It broke the physics that day, and that's. I mean, 99% of the time it doesn't happen. 99% of the time, you need the physics to win. On tracks with bends. If it is a straight run, then it goes upside down, and I have no clue. But if the track has bends, you need the physics of the track.
This year is Ben Wayne, James Jordan. Thank you very much. We might need to find a new name for this race, the Tab Empire Rose. If the bookies have the punters keep getting the bookies money, it has been a favourite game. Fantastic. Saw our winner in the Derby, which absolutely brilliant as well. Sure it's going to be popular here once again, but we get to see Jenny, Bang, the list goes on. Once again.
This is a race. We won't be going down to the St. Martin for a drink later.
No, shout out to us.
He's on my list. Great chance. Hoping on fire. Favourite Samuel, Jenny, they're going to have their fires for record parties. I think it's
just recapping while we have the opportunity to race flyer. I was able to get a streak between the 14 and the 1,000, essentially through the
and with the time of that, so if you watch the first probably 1,000 metres of the race, 800 metres of the race, it was 15. There was probably a 2 lengths buffer between himself and the second horse. So at that point, it's trying to do to then try and find it, well, get the winning out of three. There's no way to a little bit more pitch. Yourself out of the group around 13.5 between the 14 and the 12, 13.5 between the 12 and the 10. But he went some 13 to the 1,000 onwards. So it's a perfectly executed ride. It looked like he was really good, but there's little bits in that. And he was well.
In this last conversation with Jenny, so 12 the next week. I'll go through the winning and losing results from a tab perspective shortly, but can she bounce back with that?
What a few years ago, I was announced as calling this race. I'm just not sure which one he turns up. We thought he was an observer in the start, but he led, but he got breathers, and then he came off the fence. She's not the sort of horse that can ride like that. She's not going to get a breather and feel out. She's hard up against the fence most of the time, and really seeing that strong tempo throughout. I think she's vulnerable to a bit of overview.
Okay, we have some a 5-year-old, I feel that she still falls into that category. She was a really good winner at Caulfield over the 1400 last year. It's a mile, sort of the limit.
I think that the biggest goal, the biggest thing that Ryan in the last three can become probably not quite as vigorous as a Ryan. The other thing is the winds haven't rated that well. They haven't rated any better than the grade that she's been in. So she's
he won 2008 forensic. He teams up with Chris Wallace here. He has performed at the track and won at the track, but it was a while ago now. We're going to see the best of Fangirl in your opinion today.
She's being out to probably being about the right price, but was having time for places to get been on her. She just, it feels like she's not bomb proof. She's not a line chaser like we saw Autumn Glow that would just reproduce time after time. She needs things to go her way, and I think that's a risk.
Autumn Glow was horse, by the way, just a pure race horse, almost waits for the others and then says, okay, I'll knock you out, and then I'll knock you out, and then
Just yeah. We had a look at like a Lucy.
Best is to Vishwa stay out of this. This is an exhibition one. You see, I think it's very difficult to beat the 6. All right. I think it's very difficult to beat the 6. These two are not getting younger. Now, the one which was the favorite, right now it is not. It doesn't have the physics to win. Plus, it is an 8-year-old. So, what might happen? It's an assumption that 6 and 1, 6 wins, 1 comes second. Because it's a very heavy horse. It doesn't have the physics. About 2 has the physics. Can it beat a 4-year-old mare with that pressure on a 1600 meter? I don't know this. You know, it's these horses. They have a lot of history behind them. It's an exhibition race. So,
the ability's there, but I think Flemington is a tick. That's going to help her.
You know, it's very difficult if you don't have pressure. How will you beat this monster which is here, 6? 1 doesn't have the physics to win, but drops the pressure. So that's the tact. The other one which is here is in a very bad state. It cannot do anything. So this one is a drop. So basically it will drop here. Pressure drops. Then probably something else that will happen. But that is all my assumption. The question is that 2, which is a 7-year-old mare with that kind of a thing, will do something. It is also a question that with that pressure, this horse is all good with that management.
To superstardom. She won a Champions Mile and All-Star Mile, a very famous Queen Elizabeth before that.
So it's if we look at the numbers, it is basically, I mean, 6-1 probably, if those are the numbers. 6-1, then it goes anywhere. They have now 10, which is the favorite. The 10 is the second linear. Even if that is there is something in between, which is obviously 1. So you just flip it. I mean, there's something in between, right? This is the second linear, this is the first linear, there is something in between which is 1. The drop is here.
Back and they're racing an idle flyer and a bounding, beat them out like a Lucy, not too far off those. And there's Pride of Jenny as she does. Takes about 100 metres to get into her work, but off she goes. And Pride of Jenny led idle flyer on display of bounding, followed by like a Lucy Benazil. Back in the field is Fangirl, and then came along the inside, settling Firestorm towards the back to Mask Rose, splash back and at the tail of the field, Lazura. So the leader is Pride of Jenny, as she loves to do towards the 1,000 marker, leading out by 4 or 5. Idle Flyer second, third, bounding, Alex and a quarter on display. Alex Benazil, Alex like a Lucy. 3 further back is Fangirl, then Firestorm, Damask Road, flat back, and last of all, Lazura. Go through halfway, 800 metres to go, and Pride of Jenny has extended. She's about 9 or 10 lengths in front, approaching the corner.
Yeah, but then again, it has to go another 450 meters.
16 at least off the lead. Back behind those horses, Fangirl, followed by Firestorm, Damask Rose, Splashback, and Lazura. So Pride of Jenny looking to be the first multiple winner of the Empire Rose at the 400 metres. She's 8 lengths, 9 lengths in front of Like a Lucy on display, abounding, battling on Benazir and Fangirl. Pride of Jenny, 200 metres to go. She's getting a little bit weary, but she's still 6 or 7 lengths in front of Like a Lucy. Pride of Jenny, jump and cheer. This is you are a beauty. Like a Lucy, you're on second.
It's 1-6.
With Fangirl on Lazura, Firestorm behind them. Benfield, the last rows are pounding it up to the player. What a horse she is. What a horse she is. Pride of Jenny. James, they're unnecessary. We look at a horse that just takes so much imagination to even conceive a plan like this.
The Pride of Jenny did break the physics today.
You can't just let her punch herself out. That's what I see you do that on what she did last time. I didn't think you were wrong. This was entertaining and being wrong. Perhaps never been clear to be wrong. This one his fifth Group 1 win. I think people underestimate the audacity.
Beautiful racing.
Right on Jenny for a while. That's the 5th Group 1, and they win this race for the 2nd time.
We'll get the other numbers, but 1 and 6 they got through. One and 6. I still haven't updated. We'll take a look at the numbers later today. That brings us to the last race today here. We'll take a look at the odds. Six, 9, 11, all scratched. Don't have any of those. 2, 13, 3, and 5. This is again going to be the straight run. So 2 is the favorite. Now here is the thing. So this one is an 87. All right. It's the third or fourth linear. Third is this one, 10, which is coming from gate number 15, which is a 6-year-old mare. All right. That's the third. The linear, which is here, is a 90. Now, that's a good horse. But who is riding? 3. So, that is that. Anyway, so this is where it drops. And now what happened here is it was an exhibition race. Okay. So they did come in together, but one won without the physics. So it won. And it just did what it did. We all saw that. And then what happened is something that we have to figure out, which 1, 6, 11 and 2. 1, 6, 11, which was here. And then 2. Eleven dropped. 30, 24 dropped. So that was a low pressure out of all this. Anyway, so 6 and this thing went through. 7 did not do this. 2 did not do the job. But what I'm trying to say is it went high pressure, then low pressure. They came in together. Though this thing won, and it won by not by lengths, it won by miles actually. So I don't know how true or how genuine that was. Because that is something happened. It's an exhibition race. I stayed out. Here, so 2 is the favorite, which is a third linear. The first and the 5 are the same. All right. Now, if they're the same, then here the advantage is going to work. It's an 1100 meter. So, so far, whatever 1100, 1200 meters we've done, if you take a look at this, that one won, and then, no, that one did not win. The 3 won with pressure, and there were no advantages as such. Then here the 5 won, which was this, and then the linear with the pressure line. Okay. So if that's true, if that is true, then this is there. Okay, this is there. The 2 is with a very good jock. The 3 gets nullified here because of the advantage. The 3 is on pressure line. This is advantage. They're both same horses, but this one is advantage. It is going to run neutral. Can it win? Neutrals generally do not win. And they are for place. They are for place. They are the second horse pool, generally. So here it is an 87. We have 89, 88, all that is there. That is here. It definitely has the physics because that's why it is coming up here. All right. Otherwise, it wouldn't. Any of those horses could have come up, but this one is coming up because it definitely has the physics. But will it win? Because that is not the pressure. The pressure after this is here on 13. Here also the two did not win, correct? It was the linear and the low pressure. Though the low pressure won and the linear got second, that is a part of the game. Here, this linear gets nullified by this because this is a low pressure horse. So obviously the advantage is on 5. And out of these two, the pressure is high on 13. So ideally it should be 13 and 5. Then 2. Maybe. Ideally that's how it should be. But having said that, now the problem side is this, that if this is on pressure, that is a bad jock. This jock is good for this horse. This jock is good for this horse. Green. This guy is good. But this jock is bad for this guy. Though it has the body weight and all that thing is there. So that is probably a bad idea. This jock, they are not, I mean, the green jock is with low pressure horses. And when you have a jock like that with a low pressure, that gets better. But here, I don't know whether the two has a fantastic jock, does not have the pressure. It is also not one of the best horse. The 3 gets nullified by the 5 because it is a low pressure. But that's the linear. It also lacks the jockey. This might play tricky. 1100 meter. But somewhere the pressure has to run. Somewhere the pressure has to run. Either it is this, they will work together. And the 13 is a good horse. Okay, that has got the right body weight, everything. Is the second linear. But it has pressure. It is the second highest pressure that it is carrying. But the problem is here with the jock. That jock is not articulated rightly for this. That's how handicapping works. Okay, the horse and the jock has to work hand in hand. Here it is not that seen. So, I mean, I definitely like the 13 because of the rating, but the problem is, this is the problem. So the 2 has a better jock, doesn't have pressure. This one gets nullified by this one. Either it is this and this, or it is what they're saying, this and this. 13 definitely has a problem. Let's check how. See, 13. That is right. Is this right? It's getting 8. It's definitely creating a pressure. That is huge. 76. I don't want to go with that. 76. Then 18. 25. 25. 3. This is a 6-year-old mare. I don't know what it will do. 22. There's a pressure line. This is also a pressure line. Tricky. I mean, it is not going to negative. Like here, they were going into negative. They were going into negative. It is not going into negative. That means it's okay. It is okay. It is not going into negative, but still it is on the pressure line. Still, it is on the pressure line. And 2, on the other hand, is relaxed with that. 2. 90. 4. 4. 23, 27. They're all there. What will happen? Five. That's the one. Should be. Five. So 13 is bad articulation with the jock, with the pressure. 2 is good jock. But doesn't have pressure. 10 is a 6-year-old mare. 3 is the linear. But falls 104, 106, 92, 96. 105. So the body weight is there. It will carry. 10. 3. I don't know. This the 2 is the favorite because I mean it's difficult to make a choice here. Why? Because the 3, which is a 90, is versus this 90, which is this. That cannot win. It's a neutral. It will not win. If we take the pressure on this, then it is okay. That's a question of chance, actually. That's a question of chance that it'll work. And we are trying to beat this one, which doesn't have the pressure. Honestly, it doesn't have the pressure to build up for 1100 meter. But like this track is going to be very difficult. I don't think I have enough resources to do this rightly. I'm trying to think on I'm thinking on the lines of a 1400 meter or a 1600 meter. This is not that. It is an 1100 meter on the straight run. I'm going to be wrong again on this because we don't have enough resources to do this. That 5 is probably there in some arrangement. If this one wins, I mean, so far things have gone very weird on this particular track. Maybe next year when we play this, we will have a better idea of what next time when we play a 1200 meter of similar arrangement, we'll have a better idea. But this is a 4-year-old mare. This is a 5-year-old mare. This is a 4-year-old mare. Doesn't have a jock. This is a 4-year-old mare. I mean, 2 is good. That's the only way I can think of. This is a 5-year-old mare coming from gate number 10, has the advantage, may get in, may not get in. But out here, these two are both 4-year-old mares. This one doesn't have the jock. This one has the jock. That's the only analogy that I can get. Whether the pressure will work on 3 or it'll drop, it'll not work, that I don't know. But since it is here, it definitely, I mean, this is the place where they need to be within the rail. On top. Rails will not matter because it is the flat run. The physics matters. It has the physics. It'll work probably. And it is on Whirlpool. So far, we've got a few here and there which are not, where we made the contradictions. But this one, I don't want to make a contradiction on this because I do not have enough resources to do this. 1100 meter is the straight run. Probably because of the jock, it'll win. The jock is rightly handicapped. These are not to handle pressure. This one is good. The 5 with that jock, this is good. But these two are definitely out of question. Out of question as in, I'm not sure whether it will work. The 3 is the linear. We don't have a marking on this. That means it is where? The 3 is here. Far drop there. 2 with 6 jocks up there to beat. 6 jocks. We'll see. No, bro. No morph. Morph will give us copyright. Arrowman. Morph is going to give us copyright. They're showing Ascot double. 2 minutes. I'll be back in a jiffy from the washroom. 2 minutes. I'll be back. All right. I'm back.
Congratulations to you. It's been a flop for you, a bad day for Tab.
Well, it's part and parcel of it. But I thought we had a reasonable hand leading into today. And Jenny was back to doing Jenny things, which is just so thrilling to watch.
How did you do it, mate? Because we saw the run in Sydney. She wasn't at her best. There were doubters, and we were amongst them. So how did you get her back to her best to peak today?
Well, I was, back to men's grade, and just freshened her up. Her weight was better, and she trimmed down a little bit, and maybe we just got a little bit wrong last time. But I said, well, Deck, he knows her so well, and I just said, let it all hang out there, but she's gonna want to do it underneath him, and she was just on today, and there's no more thrilling racehorse to watch when she's on. I just couldn't be more rapt just to see her as an 8-year-old, just absolutely giving it to him. Doing what back to her best, Derby Day, Empire Rose. She's certainly as big as Empire Rose. So that was fantastic. It was such an emerging colour, and Jimmy's just an absolute star, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just been here. She's been in Sydney as well. Jimmy was fantastic.
You've had some great days. Where would this rate, off the top of your head, this day like this, where you've been so much success across massive races across multiple states?
This is right up there. Just the horse, like Judy's just, Tony had the courage to want to train on, and
And there were critics.
Yeah, there were big critics, plenty of critics. So can't thank him enough. The Godolphin team to be entrusted with 2 horses like Tempted and Observer. Sorry. He's such a good horse. I think he's so raw. He's still doing things wrong, as we've seen. He's a little bit keen early. I think next year next autumn even, he's going to be very good. And Jimmy's he's the ultimate racehorse.
Did it surprise you how easy he won that race?
Well, not really. I knew he enjoys a little bit of give. And he's not but it's sort of keeping pressure up the runway as well. But he's probably more a 13, 1400 metre. So the more races stretch out, the more confidence you get. And Brownie's has got so much confidence in him. It was a pretty good couple of hours, that's for sure.
Is there any chance you're going to win another one? Would you buy in this?
We put the blinkers on. I thought I needed just to find a little bit. I thought she's a very genuine mare, and she's been running very well. But I just thought to win, we needed a twist. So we put the blinkers on. So I'm more hopeful and confident, but she's in a good spot.
I don't know whether I want to bump into you later tonight or not, but congratulations on a huge show. You know what you deserve, and thank you for giving us something so special, because I know you've won a derby, but Jenny's just something out of the box. And did you see the crowd? Thank you.
Well, the crowd in the valley.
You're right.
The euphoria there is something. The last 2 years of that race has been pretty special.
You're right.
The appreciation, and so it should be, because she's just so unique. The way she races, so thank you guys.
Well done to you. Congratulations. Get another win. We'll see you through the week.
Cheers.
Appreciate it, mate. Thank you. We'll have a look at this ninth event where, as we touched on, Kieran does have a representative in high due by our favourite around the $4 mark. The 40 mark is Arabian Summer, and it's been hovering around that price for some time. As we have a look through this field, mate, infancy, as the
You're right, Adoman.
It would be a surprise, I think it's fair to say.
Maybe on the back from a 7-day turner, and then maybe it didn't work. But on that, she probably needs to improve. But I think the jockeys at last Flake Shin jumping in the saddle, and at her best, is definitely good enough to win this. So I'll be prepared to give her another chance.
She's bulletproof, comes in with winning form. Charlotte Littlefield, Benny Allen, nice draw. Another one that could go on with the job.
Which one is Sheen riding?
Lead him off at a very slow pace. I'll be inclined in this race.
Street Angel, so Lockie very well with Philip Stokes here. What can this Australian combination do?
Well, it's good to see her win last start. She has been out of the winner's stall for a while. She broke the drought. She doesn't like the strike, and I think the set weights are going to be really suited.
Yeah, Sheena is good with 4-year-old mares. Mares, Sheena is very good with.
She'll probably be coming last, but on her day, she's got a great finish.
Can you see others out of that race, the likes of State Off Luck, for example, turning the table?
One for a long time before that. She's probably got a short sprint, and she doesn't win it in that sprint. She wants to dogfight it up the last 100 metres. So she's always a bit vulnerable, but she's at a viable horse's price. She's East Records.
Before we get your selections, I know you want to mount a case for New York Gloucester, and I might do the same for Flying for Fun. So you take away.
New York Gloucester, it's one down the straight, which is a tick. I think the wide gate is a positive, and I think the shades on are a good move as well. So much you look at these horses, and she's a man that I look at gallop without them, and I think, the way you move, I think the blinkers could really help. So I just want to have something on her at good odds each way. I think she can run a nice race.
Okay, Bryce Hayes says the 14 Flying for Fun here, Jordan Charles. They're probably not drawn ideally, but that said, there's every chance that they would be back and running on anyway. And I just love horses that run on gamely. And I mean, it was a Warwick Farm in a much easier race than what we're seeing here, but in an on-pace dominated race. And for me, she's one that you could elevate off that performance, daughter of Spieth, and we'll see how she goes, the 4-year-old. So let's have a bet. It's hard to imagine any punters out there hard to given the events. But someone's digging their way out. What should it be on?
Look, in this race, I'm happy to bet Thursday. There's a reason I think it's on the straight, the right go, the all pluses. I think Arabian Summer's got a really good chance as well, so I'll be happy to entertain it. Outside of them, Flying for Fun, which you've obviously touched on, I give it a good chance as well. The best last sort of closing sectionals last start, and I don't mind those turn for horses late in the day that can peel down the outside, so I wouldn't talk out of any of those. I'm 10, 2, 5, 14.
Yeah, I'll work on that tomorrow, bro. I'll work on that tomorrow and I'll try to get this.
Started off today with the impressive Panova for Tommy Berry taking out the carbine. We had Chiralis, so Tommy taking out the first couple. We won the Rising Fast. She's alibi was great. To look Nolan. Zara with get a good feeling. He started his run. Warney was elite. That last 100 metres was dumped in the back in Oliver. Jenny was so brilliant later on, and the Victorian Derby as well, going the way of Sarah. Declan base, the pride of Jenny, fully takes right today.
Yeah, it was just an amazing day. There was a build-up, there was a crescendo with pride of Jenny, and then we got the last race to dig out. But
it's day one of 4. How good's that? Matt Hill's done a brilliant job. He always does. We'll head his direction for the
1,100 metres. The mares are ready. Here comes the star as edgy. Jockey of She's Bulletproof is momentarily out of the saddle. Ben Allen. They settle. Ready. Signal and racing in the last. And New York Luster to the outside jumped away well with High Dubai, Arabian Summer, and there.
Yeah, High Dubai. I think High Dubai is the no, but that was a cold.
Followed by Arabian Summer, who tucked in behind the speed. New York
Some Dubai.
In the middle of the pack.
It broke the physics that day.
For the back is Photograph and Prairie Flower and Stridden Angel. Then came out deeper, Flying for Fun, who has about 4 behind her. Infancy's one of those, and Soft Lovers at the back of the field. High Dubai is the leader up the middle of the course with Osmar deeper. New York Luster's starting to tank into it too. She's Bulletproof is weighted with Arabian Summer, who leaves the slipstream. Stridden Angel trying to join in with Here Comes the Star, and Flying for Fun's getting involved right across the track at the 250. Arabian Summer went to the front, but it has company. New York Luster and Flying for Fun on the outside, and Prairie Flowers coming through. Arabian Summer with New York Luster the outside. New York Luster moves up just in front and wins. Won it by a half length on the left. For Fun and Arabian Summer, and they were followed by Photograph in a photo for 4. Then Osmar, Infancy, Soft Love, Prairie Flower, Runner Race. She's Bulletproof, Stridden Angel. Here comes the star, and at the back, High Dubai.
James Jordan, take it now. That's what we needed to do. We need the cream on the top. New York Luster, $9.55. Carleen Heffel goes down the outside. I think we're going to see more horses down the outside throughout the course of the carnival. That's usually the trend. Flying for Fun was really good. It's just bumped into one a bit too good on the day. Arabian Summer was up the middle and was the best of that brigade by a clear margin. But well done to New York.
10, 14. You got that 14. Boom. 10, 14 and 2.
Touch on the rest of the week. It has been a fantastic day in terms of highlights. I think they were quite obvious. We had a Sun and Street Boss that really Coolmore Stud Stakes in Towers.
So what happened? 10, that 6-year-old mare. Here it doesn't matter whether you are within the rails, it is the straight run. That is 115, 10, 14, and then 2. That did not happen. What happened is here that 6-year-old mare, I don't know what to say. 10, 14, and then 2. 90 gets nullified by this. They both did not get there. The 13 definitely had an issue. If that's pressure, that's a bad arrangement for the jock. The 2 did not have pressure. 10 had more pressure than this one. And it dropped here on 32 because that was the favorite. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 9 races today here at Flemington today. That was the last one. But we're going to be doing the Melbourne Cup on Tuesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And thank you so much for being there, my friend Adoman. Thank you so much for being there, my friend Vishwa. Thank you so much for being there, my friend John. Thank you so much for being there, my friend Lee. Thank you so much for being there, my friend Daos. Thank you so much for being there, my friend William. Thank you so much for being there, my friend Frank. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. And everybody who's watching it from wherever, my heartfelt gratitude to everybody. Thank you.